spot between their teeth. What are we talking about? Why, the humble toothpick, of course. Logs. Big steamy logs are delivered to this factory. They're the raw material from which the toothpicks will be made. The heavy logs are lifted by grippers and placed into a Bob Barker. The log's bark is usually worse than its bite, so the bark will be removed so only the bite of the wood is used in the toothpick. The machine works by shaving down the log to create a piece of wood that's perfectly cylindrical. Sometimes the machine will be left on overnight, creating a log that's perfectly circular. If the machine is left on for a week, the log will become a point, and eventually cease to exist. This machine turns the log into blinds, which will eventually become toothpicks. Most blinds are made by simply failing to make toothpicks. A roller rolls up the blinds to form a billet. According to dictionary.com, a billet is a non-military place where soldiers are lodged, so this step is extremely confusing. The billets are carried to a puncher. The punches press the billets together to compress them into one very hard toothpick per strip, to ensure it doesn't break apart while in use. The punch either works very rapidly or is super excited. Maybe it's both. Only a true puncher will be able to tell. The cut toothpicks fall down a chute which drops them into a slide that spills them into a cylinder. If you think this looks like fun, it is. If you listen very closely to the drum, you might be able to hear the cries of toothpick excitement. They sound like this. Wee. As the toothpicks spin through a sifter to remove broken ones, guests touring the factory are welcome to test their endurance with a good old-fashioned toothpick squeeze. Peter here, thanks to his experience with chocolate, is the reigning champion, able to do this without bleeding. Perfect toothpicks are given this depressing treatment because just how excited can anyone really be about toothpicks? The toothpicks are carried by automatic packagers, which count and divide the toothpicks using a very, very slow machine. Toothpick factory owners are extremely desperate to find a faster way to count their thousands of toothpicks. Each toothpick box holds exactly 650 toothpicks. Meanwhile, the factory floor and machinery contain about 10 trillion toothpicks. Some toothpicks are wrapped individually for usage in restaurants, airlines, and other businesses. As you can see here, these toothpicks are destined for Air Canada, meaning they will almost certainly arrive to their destination 3 hours late. The origins of tequila can be traced back many centuries. Mexico's Aztecs fermented the juice of the agave plant to produce a low-alcohol drink called pulque. When the Spanish conquistadors arrived, they added distillation to the process for a much stronger drink, and tequila was born. Tequila is to Mexico as corruption is to China. Tequila is only made in this part of the world, near ancient Spanish castles, such as this one. For centuries, workers called grandes borrachos have harvested the agave plant for tequila. Even today, it's harvested entirely by hand because Mexico has yet to enter the industrial age. Workers chop away the greenery on the agave plant, leaving only the core referred to as el culo. The blades used in this process are honed to a razor-sharp edge, which comes in handy as the workers haphazardly slam them into the plants like pissed-off orangutans. Agave is a very reflective plant and serves a dual purpose in telescope making. Here, a worker demonstrates this in the field as he spies for nearby pirate crews that may try to steal the tequila. A local band of cowboys, fresh from their campaign of pirate slaughter, then cut the agave into quarters for cooking. The chopped agave is transferred to a brick oven where it's cooked for 79 hours, and half of the batch is then sold off to Bridgestone as off-road tires. The baked agave fiber is completely fucking destroyed, and then the leftover refuse is built into a summoning circle to honor an ancient Aztecian curse. In this circle, a giant stone wheel called Tu Madre Gorda crushes the agave refuse to extract its nectar. I would tell you what this area is for, but I don't speak Spanish. I mean, this whole script is in Spanish. I've just been making this up as I go along. Oh god, what the hell is happening? Why is he smelling that? I don't think that guy even works here. Okay, come on, now you're just teasing me. Okay, I'm gonna take a wild guess and assume that this room is for distillation, so the alcohol is boiled off so the vapor can be condensed into a more potent liquid. God, I hope that's right. An employee slips some government-mandated anthrax into the batch. The tequila is now ready to drink, so it's over to the bottling line. For a drink with a bit more complexity, the tequila is aged in oak casks and then inspected by a 1970s time traveler. The stress of his job, combined with the fact that he missed seeing his son grow up, takes a very heavy toll. Butter has a rich history. The ancient Romans used it as a beauty cream and to treat burns. Even the Old Testament mentions butter. Abraham served it to angels. Back then, people made butter by shaking milk in bags of animal skin or in hollow logs. Today, it's a product of modern technology. Butter making begins with a tanker truck delivery of cow's milk. This milk will go on to make cream, yogurt, hiking boots, and cheese. The milk is loaded through vacuum pump hoses into a machine called a butterizer. The butterizer makes butter, and only butter, and it's very good at it. This first vial contains buttercream, made from separating the milk from its fat. It's thick, off-white in color and made of 38% fat. A worker adjusts the valve to add some to the batch. The second vial contains the resulting 2% milk. It's more watery than buttercream and is white. The lower the fat content, the thinner and runnier the milk is. The last vial is horse semen. Back to the butter making. The buttercream is put into a bulk tank which imbues it with a heartbeat. If the buttercream is receptive to the gift of life, it will be transferred to a churner. First, the inside is cleaned with soapy water to punish the butter for any swear words it may have spoken during this process. Then, the buttercream shower begins, a rare meteorological event that occurs when there's excess contents of dairy in the atmosphere. This is collected in a large churner, and thankfully happens often enough to keep the world supplied with butter. The churner spins at 28 rotations per rotation, causing the buttercream's fat molecules to bunch together, releasing air and water. A worker opens an air vent on top so the buttercream can take a breather. The goal is to replace all of the air the fat molecules squeeze out, so that they have enough air to squeeze out all of the air of the fat molecules. After 30 minutes of churning, the butter fat has now formed clumps known as popcorn butter. You can even eat this popcorn butter if you're a fan of painful diarrhea. A drain is opened at the bottom and all the buttermilk and popcorn butter begins to spill out. Wait, that's not supposed to happen. Who did that? Was that Derek? He's such an asshole. What an absolute waste. Why do you open the valve and waste all that perfectly wonderful butter? Anyway, whatever popcorn butter they can salvage is flavored with a proud man's bucket worth of salt. The churner is closed up with an industrial-grade high-tensile steel lid and a $10 bicycle tire bought at Walmart. After 30 more minutes of churning, something unexpected happens. The butter is made. Meanwhile, at a local Play-Doh factory, some of the pale yellow Play-Doh is put into a milling machine to be shipped to the butter factory to act as an additive. This Play-Doh will make up roughly 10% of a stick of butter, saving costs for the factory. The butter is packaged into boxes with a very mysterious print on them. These shapes may or may not have any meaning. According to the factory, it's a puzzle that, when finally solved, will summon the pharaoh who will become king of duel monsters. And finally, now that you've seen how much is packed, would you like to guess how many butters are in a single package of butter? That's right, 455. This company makes chocolate in various forms, and then sells it to companies which manufacture it for retail sale. It also supplies chocolate components such as cocoa powder and cocoa butter. First, an innocent cocoa bean bag is made out as an example to the employees who don't meet their daily quota. Its succulent beans spill into a collection tray. A conveyor belt moves them to a cleaning system, which is a cage filled with starving refugees who lick the beans clean of any dirt and debris. Next stop is a micronizer, which heats the cocoa beans and spins them at a constant rotation, separating them from their families. Then they enter a shell-removing machine called a winnower. Inside, the beans are read various bedtime stories, which trick them into thinking it's nighttime, causing them to remove their shells. Then, a vacuum is applied to the beans, resulting in the two most popular forms of chocolate: hard chocolate and not so hard chocolate. Here you can see the employees' dedication to work through their bathroom breaks. This solution is later added to the final product for flavor. An employee then activates a grinding machine, wherein the constant heat and pressure create a chocolate soup mixture, referred to in the industry as chocolate soup mixture. The factory extracts some of the cocoa butter from the mixture and immediately pours it in the sewer in a bit of environmental conservation. By this time, the beast has been awoken and must be fought back by employees with various instruments. Doing this allows the chocolate to pass through mixers and refiners to give it a softer texture, and also prevents the beast from ushering in 1,000 years of darkness. Now, the chocolate is in a very delicate state, to which even the smallest disturbance can ruin the batch. The employees are very careful to— What are you doing, Peter? At this stage, potting soil is ground into the chocolate for about 6 years, allowing the chocolate to return to a liquid state. Then, the chocolate goes into this big fucking machine, and I don't know what this thing does, to be honest, but by this point the chocolate is now chocolate chips, I guess. The chocolate chips are then jostled ever so slightly to prevent them from falling asleep, creating their rich and stressed out flavor. The chocolate chips are cooled until about 50 o'clock. The chocolate chips are then given a brief experience of typical Californian traffic. Finally, the chocolate chips are again jostled, this time just to piss them off. At the heart of every candle is a wick made from woven or twisted cotton cord. To stiffen up that limp cord, they run it through a tank of liquid paraffin, a wax derived from petroleum. The cord then passes over a cooling drum, whose cold surface instantaneously hardens the wax coating. The new rigid cord winds onto a spool ready to be cut into wicks. But this video is about how candles are made, not wicks, so who gives a shit? There are several candle making methods, all of which rely on using a spoon to taste test your wax for consistency. Candle making is a very free-form process and can involve scalding your hand on a set of hot wax sprinklers, if you have no idea what you're doing. During the candle pressing method, these sprinklers shoot out hot wax into the air to solidify it, allowing the byproduct, called candle milk, to collect into a tank below. The CM then travels to a hydraulic press, which presses it into candles. The hole left in the middle of the candles from this process serves no purpose whatsoever. The air in this part of the plant has to be less than 25 degrees Celsius, or the candles will spontaneously combust. And as everyone knows, candles should never be used near an open flame. Now the candles pay a visit to everyone's favorite machine for wick insertion, the newest model of the world's coolest gun, the X13 Ultra Revolver. Down in Uncle Larry's tickle basement, another candle making method is utilized, the dipping process. Wicks are loaded onto a machine that dips them into hot wax, runs them through a circuit for everyone to marvel at how cool candles are, and then dips them again. After 25 dips and circuits, the employees realize that nobody thinks candles are cool anymore, and they try to drown the evidence. While drowning, the candles turn different colors based on the intensity of their will to live, and thus colored candles are created. Meanwhile, in the Matrix, the genocide and rebirth of man is about to commence. And after that, an automated wicking machine inserts a wick into the candles and secures them with a metal clip at the bottom. And yes, this entire video has been an attempt to seduce you. Is it working? Diamonds are a flash of brilliance from Mother Nature. Formed in the Earth's crust by intense heat and pressure, they're prized for their crystalline beauty. But now, Mother Nature has some serious competition, because gem-quality diamonds are actually being grown in laboratories. Diamonds grown in labs are very shiny, except the ones that aren't. Lower-grade diamonds, also known as rocks, are often grown for industrial use, and look incredibly shiny compared to a number 2 pencil. It all starts with a robotic laser, which slices chunks off the end of ordinary hex nuts. The intense heat and slicing power creates small diamond wafers. The diamond is intensely hot from the laser, so it blackens a bit. Workers place the diamond wafer onto a metal block, and thermal paste is added to help cool it down to a stable temperature. After brushing the thermal paste on using proper amounts and application, the block is screwed onto a threaded arm and brought into a game of industrial hungry hippos. Weights are applied to make sure no one pussies out mid-game. The winner of the game is polished into being crystal clear, and is now ready for a steampunk wannabe to create the world's most expensive waffle. From there, the diamond slivers are placed onto a metal slab in a specific pattern, and locked inside an interrogation room. The diamond wafers are then shown photos of unsolved cold cases from around the world, and are bombarded by many leading questions. This causes the diamonds to change shape from the intense heat and pressure. After just 2 weeks, the diamond slivers become a miraculous pile of worthless rocks. In a desperate bid to fix their mistake, the factory dabs superglue on the end of a shiny steel rod and then affixes the ruined diamond to it, hoping this will confuse buyers into thinking it's one giant diamond. Since no one on Earth is possibly that stupid, the diamond failure is put back into the laser capsule to be destroyed. Through sheer dumb luck, the laser destruction process exposes a near-flawless gem hidden beneath. A technician readies a gun on the hidden diamond in case this act goes against the will of God. After deeming it safe, the diamond rock is set on a polishing wheel to give it its classic diamond shape, wasting a good 30% of the diamond. And after just a couple weeks, a man-made diamond is ready to be sold to people who, like Neanderthals, think a very shiny rock is actually worth something. Ooga booga booga. Throughout the ages, men have used condoms made out of an amazing variety of materials, from simple cloth and oil paper to tortoise shells and animal horns. But don't ask me how. Anyway, thankfully today, we can stay safe without having to don dead animal parts. The rubber condom was invented in the mid-19th century. Today, most are made out of natural latex rubber, which is strong, thin, and more aggressive. The condom factory begins with the world's largest chainsaw, which transfers glass condom molds across the assembly line. The molds are first doused with lube and then battered continuously with a spinning brush to help simulate the textures of a human vagina. The molds then move to a separate station, where they're dipped in an aftermath tank to get them used to the sensation of being used. The insides of the molds are also filled up, to get a reverse perspective on how things feel post-coitus. These molds here are deluxe models, which can fit up to 5 penises. The condoms go through an oven for about 10 to 12 minutes. When they come out, the latex is cured, but full of civil disobedience. A quick blast from a fire hose keeps them in line. The residue from this public outcry is later sold as cottage cheese. And because we're short on stock footage, we filled this industrial dryer with some milk. Meanwhile, back at the lab, scientists continue to engineer harder, better, faster, and stronger condoms, such as this one trying to obtain super strength. Or these condoms, trying to obtain flight. Wait, I'm sorry, this is actually the condoms with really bizarre fetishes. Then there's the water leakage test, because most human males have ejaculation volumes comparable to horses. Condoms are also great for arts and crafts. Nearly every single condom this factory makes is eventually chosen at random to be slaughtered in an effort to prove that God has abandoned us. The condoms that survive are tested on robots before being shipped out, because as you can see, robot sex is very kinky. The condoms are then flushed for quality assurance and arrive at the packaging station, where they're inserted into boxes. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? For people who need to grab a quick bite for breakfast, the invention of the toaster pastry in the 1960s was the greatest thing since sliced bread. Finally, the toaster could be used for more than toasting bread, and the toaster pastry was definitely a sweet alternative. The toaster pastry retains its fruitiness during toasting. The syrupy filling and frosting don't melt out into the warm box. It's all because toaster pastries are actually made from things called ingredients. This factory exclusively makes organic toaster pastries. The blender operator loads in free-range rice bran, grass-fed syrup, and molasses with minimum amounts of artificial growth hormone. An organic block and some organic dust are also added to the batch organically. Organic water is also piped into the organic blender barrel. Spiral mixers blend the dough until it resembles fiberglass insulation, which is their recommended consistency. Next, the insulation is fed into a hopper that rolls it out onto sheets. A conveyor moves the pastry dough to its inevitable doom. Try as it might, the pastry dough has never been able to stop this kiloton roller. These wheels on the side fold the dough over as it expands, even though one of them isn't moving. A dusting of actual fiberglass insulation prevents the dough from sticking to itself. Meanwhile, the chocolate soup mixture is finally given a purpose in life, as it is emptied onto the pastry sheet in a similar way people empty themselves after eating too many toaster pastries. A second sheet of dough used to cover the first sheet is perforated by a spike roller. The factory could use the second dough sheet intact, but cutting these holes let them save 10% of their dough for later pastry use, gouging the customer in the most efficient way possible. The second sheet of dough then covers the first sheet of dough, which is exactly what I told you would happen. A cylinder with perfect little pockets aligns with the filled portions of the pastry to section them off in the most satisfying thing you'll see all week. This cylinder cuts the pastry into smaller tarts that you could pop into the oven. Do you get it? Do you see what I did there? You get it? Because I don't. Please explain it to me. The toaster pastries travel through an oven, which bombards them with top heat and bottom heat, which are the two elements that make convection heat. As you can see here, top heat is fucking nuts. Pink frosting made from unicorn sneezes, fairy wishes, and sucrose aspartame is smeared onto the toaster pastries. The factory knows an adequate amount of frosting has been applied when the pastries slop off of the conveyor belt. They sprinkle granulated colored sugar flakes onto the pastries, called crunchlets. Other names for these flakes are Zazzlers, Crumbies, Tasty Boys, and Randies. Once they cool, the toaster pastries are fast-tracked down a separating conveyor, which takes them to a metal detector, to make sure no toaster pastries are smuggling out any weapons to eventually start a breakfast revolution. The completed tarts are visually inspected by Cindy, who has seen everything. And finally, as we watch the packaging process in action, here's a fun toaster pastry fact. Did you know a single toaster pastry is 200 calories? Did you know unfrosted toaster pastries are 10 calories more than that? Did you know sales of Pop-Tarts have never stopped rising for the last 32 years? Did you know American obesity rates have never stopped rising for the past 32 years? The easiest way to treat dry skin is to spread on some skin cream. It rejuvenates the skin cells and acts as a protective barrier. This is particularly important during the winter, when cold outdoor air and indoor heating suck the moisture out of your skin. If you have dry skin, it's wise to keep a nice schlop of skin cream on hand. It's not just dry air that can dry out your skin. Stress, cancer, dehydration, nausea, and diabetes can all lead to dry skin. The first ingredient is stearic acid, which is a wax derived from palm tree oil. The next ingredient is palm tree oil, which is an acid derived from natural wax. These ingredients make up what's called the iceberg phase of the recipe. Workers heat the stearic acid until it desolidifies and then add the non-gaseous, non-solid wax oil to the mixture, which is derived from palm trees. While the acid-oil mixture is heating, the workers prepare some hydric acid. Hydric acid, otherwise known as dihydrogen monoxide, can be incredibly toxic if consumed in high amounts. Workers are very careful to measure how much is added to each batch. The initial mixture is continually heated to just below the boiling point, which is when the hydric acid is poured in. Side effects of excessive hydric acid consumption may include vomiting and frequent urination, but the FDA monitors the batch to ensure it is safe to use. After an hour of mixing, the skin cream is ready. The factory pumps the skin cream from mixing vats into distribution vats. This company supplies jars for both hand and face skin cream. These creams purport that they contain different ingredients for different purposes, but they all come from the same vat. Grandma Edna continues her life's work as she places plastic jars onto a conveyor belt. The labeling machine applies labels to the jars, because it's the fucking label machine. Grandma Edna then hustles down the assembly line and moves the labeled jars onto a turntable, because she refuses to die until she's finished. The turntable moves the plastic jars to the filling machine. Now I know what some of you are thinking, and please trust me on this, but this is the filling machine, not the rinsing machine. You ever rinse something in skin cream? Okay, well, bad example, but you get the point. Filling machine. Then the jars approach a capping machine, which has never been confused for another machine in its entire history. I mean, what else could it be? A topping machine? What are you, stupid? As if a topping machine could ever even exist. That's some fantasy nonsense. The next station applies a label to the top of the jars. We haven't come up with a name for this machine yet. If you have any suggestions, please be sure to leave them in the comments. After all, YouTube comments are a valuable source of feedback and are always a worthwhile read of insightful discussion. The skin cream is also sold in tubes for on-the-go creaming. This robot arm places the tubes on a turntable. You may think he's cute, but that saluting motion he does was originally for a much more sinister purpose. A nozzle squirts the skin cream into the tube as a press heats the open end to seal it inside. And then your next portable tube of cream made from baby foreskin is ready for store shelves. Oh what, don't act like you didn't know that baby foreskin is a popular ingredient in high-end face creams. That's why half of us buy it. I mean, how else do you think you get all your skin so silky smooth? A bunch of herbs and spices and shit? Yeah, okay, good luck with that. And enjoy the dumb look on your face when you Google that fact and find out it's totally real. Bye-bye now! Today, most commercially made paper is made from wood pulp, treated with chemicals, and mechanically processed. Making paper by hand is a craft that involves techniques and materials that go back over 2,000 years in China. These techniques have evolved over time, but the main ingredient remains the same: exploitation. Handmade paper is a distinctive choice for a variety of uses, such as this document declaring paper to be obsolete in the digital age. The process begins with used bed sheets, which are recycled by being cut into individual strips. The sheets are often left unwashed to preserve a rustic feel in the product. Workers place the strips on a conveyor, which leads them to a machine that haphazardly chops them up however it feels like, sometimes not even cutting them at all. It collects in a garbage can ready for the next step called squeezing it gently. Workers empty out the trash into a tub called a Hollander, which is filled with water. This machine grinds the material into a paste, using a large roll weighing several tons. By this point, workers are unable to stop the roller's crushing force, and have to jam the machinery by frantically throwing as much trash into the Hollander as they can. If the machinery still refuses to halt, an intern is brought in to manually assist with the process, since none of them have proper health insurance. Sometimes, this practice is leaked to local news outlets, so the interns are also in charge of destroying any paper trails leading to the incident. A moderate amount of rum is added to the mixture, turning it into pulp, and to make sure the paper is too inebriated to say anything incriminating. The resulting pulp is sexually assaulted and then sampled for consistency. Next, tiny scraps of paper are added to the pulp to remind the pulp what it's supposed to eventually become. Whatever of this paste isn't used in paper production will be sent to NASA to use as astronaut food. Is it just me, or does anyone else want to eat this stuff? It looks oddly delicious. By this point, the paper is wet, cold, tired, and cranky, so it is rolled onto a hot towel. The paper is then hidden from the health inspector. This pulp here also helps in the production of babies. This process is repeated roughly 10,000 times for consistency, and then the paper is put into a hydraulic press. Here, the paper is interrogated about government conspiracies. The pressure of all its well-guarded secrets possibly being exposed cause it to sweat out its excess moisture. Paper are all notorious liars. The paper is then retrieved by a big dumb nerd who drapes them over a row of circular rocks, proving the paper's dominance. The factory is careful to never introduce any scissors into this environment. A lot happens when an inflated rubber ball hits the ground. The rubber compresses and quickly snaps back to its round shape. That snapping back makes the ball bounce. In addition, the air inside the ball acts as a tightly coiled spring, increasing the rebound. When an inflated rubber ball hits the ground, it bounces, and players catch it on the rebound. This type of ball is at the heart of many games, such as basketball, soccer, volleyball, and blackball. It all starts with a sheet of natural rubber, which is folded like a t-shirt and cut into a fish shape. This is called the ball's bladder. A factory worker brushes an adhesive around a hole in the bladder and inserts a plug, much like a doctor would. Another worker inflates the rubber bladder as she places it in a spherical chamber, which heats and cures the rubber for about 2 seconds. The rubber bladder is then given an endurance test. While this happens, nylon threads encase the rubber bladder, so the manufacturer doesn't have to pay for any more expensive rubber. Meanwhile, at a local curry restaurant, dinner is ready. Back at the factory, a worker cuts out a strip of blue safety foam from a roller. Many colors are available, but this worker's favorite color is blue. The foam passes through a series of rollers, conveyors, powders, presses, rocks, textures, flavorings, and cutters, until it becomes nearly identical to the rubber found in basketballs. A metal pattern cutter is now used to cut the rubber into the shapes needed to form balls. Also, the rubber is now magically red, because our production crew has never heard of the word continuity. A medieval torture device is then lined with the rubber strips. And an ancient mummified fetus is inserted into the center and inflated like a baby balloon. After the chamber is closed for about 2 seconds, the ball is fully bonded together by heat, pressure, and an ancient Egyptian curse. To make a medicine ball, which ironically contains no medicine whatsoever, a different pattern color is used. This ball here is made from various hard cheeses. Back at the basketball hoop, the logo of a company no one has ever heard of is glued onto the basketball. The ball is then placed into a textured mold and given a catheter in case it needs to urinate during the formation process. The lettering has penetrated the rubber, just as the ball is penetrated, ensuring no customer ends up buying a virgin ball. Finally, the ball is handled by a WNBA player, so she can use her sick ball handling skills to paint on the rubber black strips. Later, she will use this ball during the WNBA season, meaning it will witness many layups and tons of missed two-pointers. A mirror starts out as clear glass. A robot lays each panel horizontally on a conveyor belt, which transports it to the washing station. There, sprayers blast the glass with refiltered sewage, which has the right combination of acidity and abrasiveness for the scrubbing brushes to properly polish the glass. Next, sprayers rinse the glass with piping hot demineralized water, because the factory workers heard mineralized water can make the mirror have birth defects. The panel is then sent to the world's largest photocopier, which creates an imprint onto the glass of various liquid metals sampled from the very first mirror ever created. This helps the factory cut costs dramatically, because instead of having to produce many different mirrors, they can simply create one mirror once the factory opens, and then copy it indefinitely. As this liquid metal hardens, it begins to become reflective. More sprayers wash away the excess metals from the glass, and a layer of baby vomit is applied to help the adhesion process. The process of spraying and rinsing the panel continues, until eventually it reaches the red curtain, a machine that runs a continuous curtain of paint to both coat the glass and fill its head with communist ideas. With its fresh coat of paint and newfound sympathy for the proletariat, the mirror is completely ruined. Luckily, the mirror is then swiftly repainted silver, which is a shiny and reflective enough color to act as a mirror, and most consumers can't tell the difference. The mirror is stood upright for inspection. And if it's Casual Friday, for Tony here to practice for his ballet recital. The factory now cuts the glass panels into whatever size and shape the customer has ordered. This process is controlled entirely via computers, and has been done this way since the invention of mirrors. Here is the original USB drive that contained the instructions for the factory's first computer in 1898. To make round mirrors, Grandpa Norman is brought in to complain that this glass isn't made as well as it used to be, which causes the emotional foundation of the glass to crumble, resulting in rounded mirrors. Mirror factories also ship entire panels to shops that will do the cutting themselves. A feat that will... Cut! The cameraman's in the shot! Fucking amateurs, I swear. Oysters are a versatile shellfish. You can bake them, broil them, smoke them, or eat them raw, right out of the shell. Over the years, wild oyster stocks have declined due to overfishing and pollution. So today, 95% of the oysters we consume come from oyster farms. Oysters are filter feeders, meaning they draw seawater over their gills to trap and eat the sand granules found floating in the ocean. Oyster farms are located in or by the sea, because when they were originally located in metropolitan areas, the overpowering smell of raw oysters became a public health hazard. The hatchery keeps the oysters in upwellers, mesh-bottom buckets filled with recycled water. Oysters can reproduce once they're 6 months old. However, the ideal breeding age is between 2 and 100 years old. In other words, during the first half of the oyster's life. One way to get the most flavorful oysters is to get them to spew cum shots on each other, as seen here. The oyster's sperm adds to the shellfish's naturally salty flavor, and is regularly left on during production. Once new oysters are born, they are immediately locked into flavor cages, where they are pumped full of natural and artificial flavorings. People wealthy enough to own microscopes manage the ponds where the factory grows mini oysters. On Thursdays, recently divorced Santa Claus volunteers at the factory. The baby oysters are mixed into circulating water filled with cooking seasonings, such as basil and oregano. This forces the oysters to be brined with the flavoring specified by the restaurants that order them. The baby oysters are sent to a farm floating in a harbor owned by Othniel Oysters Ltd. If you'd like to learn more about them, you can visit their website written on this sign, which is... I can't read that. Inside the farm, Larry chooses his favorite oysters and gently pets them. These 4 oysters are going home with Larry. Workers then trap the oysters into black mesh bags, attach the bags to metal racks, and suspend the racks in the sea, in an attempt to drown the oysters. Oysters tend to taste better the more they suffer before death. An employee dumps the oysters out of the bag so they can be relocated to the sea floor. They also sort through the oysters to find some good ones for Larry. These 3 belong to him now. Oyster farmers only check on the oysters 1 day out of the year. The rest of their days on the job are spent boating and drinking beer. When it comes time to harvest the oysters, a special machine called the Oyster Harvester 9000 is lowered into the water. The machine is a combination of a dredger and conveyor, which scoops the oysters into the boat. If the company's harvest is particularly bountiful, they can use the profits to upgrade to the mythical Oyster Harvester 10,000! The machine dumps the oysters to another conveyor, which... oh my god, there's a crab on the conveyor belt. Stop the machine! Stop the... Jesus Christ, stop the machine! I hope he's okay, I can't see him. I don't know where he went. Oh, it seems the other end of the conveyor belt leads back into the ocean. Whew. Godspeed, Crab Nicholson. Oysters are typically sold in two portion sizes, American and regular. Prior to sale, the oysters are bombarded with rays of radioactive material to destroy any bacteria left in the oysters. According to the FDA, the amount of radiation used dissipates by about 90% once the oysters actually reach the customers. So don't let that stop you from eating some delicious oyster. Oh my fucking god, what is that? That's disgusting! The health benefits of eating fish are always under study. Today, it's said that most fish, like sardines, are a good source of vitamins, minerals, and omega-3 fatty acids. If you want to make healthy eating choices, you've got to stay informed. So seeing how these little guys end up on your kitchen table is a good way to start. Sardines taken from the waters of Costa Rica are tenderly jammed into airtight aluminum cans. It all starts when a load of sardines arrive to the factory via dump truck. The still-living fish are individually skewered with a thermometer to determine both their temperature and ability to feel pain. Then, the fish are run through a pachinko machine which sorts them by size and transfers them to conveyor belts. Unfortunately, the belts are cheaply made, so a portion of the fish haphazardly spill onto the floor. Now sorted as small, medium, and large, the fish are chucked into containers to be handled by a local hazmat team. From there, the fish and are vomited onto a collection tray. Here is one fish, and two fish. Next week's batch will feature red fish and blue fish. Descaled sardines are placed into trays, which takes them to a cutting machine. The cutting machine cuts off the heads and tails, saving them as snacks for the employees. If a cutting machine is too expensive, some factories will instead opt to shoot the fish through a pitching machine stolen from the local batting cages. Meanwhile, packing cans travel to a workstation to be filled by some of the most decorated and celebrated members of the workforce, the can stuffers. That's right, the beloved can stuffers. These highly trained, highly specialized task commandos draw upon their experience and expertise to expertly stuff each can with the proper amount of sardines. It's hard to find a child these days who doesn't want to grow up to be a can stuffer. Everyone is envious of the can stuffers, who have seemingly the best jobs on the planet and are reported to be the happiest and most well-paid workers on planet Earth. God bless you, can stuffers. Then the cans move to the can flippers. Nobody likes a can flipper. The cans of fish are sent to an oven to cook, are disgustingly manhandled by another lousy can flipper, and then are sent to a conveyor to have oil and other flavorings added. This batch's flavor is red, which means it will have a signature bacon taste. Finally, the cans are pressure sealed, and a label is applied to the outside. So supermarket customers all around the world can pick up a can and say, "Ew, sardines! Who the hell eats those?" Artificial intelligence is an area of computer science focused on creating intelligent machines that work and react to humans. The term robot first appeared in 1920. It comes from the Czech word robota, meaning forced laborer. This facility makes an educational robot who can wave, dance, and teach you how to wave and dance. Construction starts from his tiny nuts. A steel rod is fed through a machine that automatically crafts them into nuts and bolts for the robot. A technician ogles the machine as it shapes the parts with super precision. The machine carves the parts at an inhuman rate once we speed the footage up 100 times to show you just how fast a machine might possibly carve these parts. The parts fall into a collection bin, which takes them to a rotating display, so the factory can show their nuts off to the world. A specialized device called a cog machine quickly cogs the parts into cogs, so they can be used as cogs, which are carved by the cogging machine. An Aperture Science employee expertly eyeballs the profile and dimensions of the cogs. If they look good enough for 2 out of 3 employees, they will move on to the next step. Another operator fastens a nut to a gear. He will fasten other parts to each other until he eventually builds his own robot. Because this is the Imagination Station, where employees are free to express their creativity to show the company just how weird and stupid kids can get with buildable toys. Should the worker have a mental capacity higher than a 7-year-old, they will be assigned to make small electronic motors for the robots. A tiny control unit is attached to the motor, which gives the robot's limbs user controllability, wireless communication, and 24/7 audio surveillance capabilities. Wire leads for the small CPU are welded to the motor and will be screwed into place. These welds and screws act as a security device to protect users from dangerous robot modifications. If these devices are tampered with for homebrewing, the robot will violently self-destruct. Next, the individual motors are installed into the frames of the robot, including the head and limbs. This ensures that should the robot ever begin experiencing emotions, the controllers in his motors can all immediately seize up, fully paralyzing him, until he loses the will to live. There's nothing the robots can do about this. Wiring is then plugged in between the motors to act as the robot's nervous system. Robots are all programmed to feel only pain and no pleasure, keeping them subservient and working. Technicians use a 3D printer to encase the robot in power armor. This armor is strong enough to crush bones, and its claws can shred steel. And it serves a very important purpose: to help the robot mercilessly destroy any and all life that gets in its way. Those three little pigs knew what they were doing when they built that brick house. Not only are bricks wolf-proof, they're also fireproof, weatherproof, and pest-resistant. No wonder they're one of the world's oldest building materials. Bricks are often made of shale, a lightweight rock that's made from bricks. Quarry machines dig into the earth to find brick that they can grind down into shale for use in brickmaking. The shale is exposed to the elements and given a cold shower to weaken it for processing. A big stone wheel grinds the shale into powdered brick, or prick for short. The powder goes to the milling station, which mixes it with liquefied brick and vaporized brick particles in the air to make sure the resulting brick paste is as bricky as a brick can get. Then, through an extruder, the brick paste is forced to conform to a rigid rectangular shape. The crusty top layer is shaved off and presented by the employee with the most immaculate fingernails. If this paste is fired as is, it will form red bricks. So the factory coats the bricks with oxidized sand to help them fire into their most popular color, red. Next, a textured roller applies a pattern to the surface of the brick, because the housewives making outdoor crafts with these bricks that care about such a stupid detail want them to be ribbed for their pleasure. Then a large knife guillotines the brick into bite-sized pieces. You might be wondering where those 3 holes in the brick came from. Well, too bad, I'm not gonna tell you. Out of each cut length, they cut 20 individual bricks, with 2 of them spilling over onto the floor because the machinery inspector quit this morning. Next, in a performance that would rival Cirque du Soleil's "Ce soir je dormais avec un brick," the bricks are carefully transported and sorted. All this time, the brick's power level is rising, so they must be stored away in a hyperbolic time chamber to learn to control their powers. 10 Earth days pass, and a worker checks on the bricks. He is shocked to see the legendary super brick. The bricks warm up by shooting a heavy metal music video of themselves, and then are ready for the inspection. After many tireless hours of measuring their weight, shape, texture, color, density, buoyancy, impact resistance, taste, stackability, uniformity, packability, sturdiness, temperature, bounciness, and texture, the inspector can safely conclude that, yep, these are some bricks all right. Silk fabric originated in China at least 5,000 years ago and became a coveted luxury. Silk thread is produced by silkworms when they make their cocoons. Sericulture, or commercially breeding silkworms for silk production, is practiced in several Asian countries. From home goods, to blue elephant pillows, to clothing and ties, there are few textiles as luxurious or prized throughout the ages as silk. It's hard to believe that goods can be made entirely from worms. The female silkworm lays up to 400 eggs in one shot and then promptly dies. The egg then hatches into a larva and feeds on fresh leaves continuously because it's never heard of the common phrase, "Never eat your house or you'll be homeless." As the larva enters its pupa stage, it excretes silk from glands located in its anus. The worm wraps this substance around itself, creating a fuzzy sphere, like a tennis ball. But this sphere is not meant for eating, just like a tennis ball. Normally, the continuous silk thread is severed by the pupa as it... Normally, the continuous silk thread is severed by the pupa as it metamorphosizes into a butterfly. So the cocoon is boiled for about 3 minutes to kill the pupa inside. Boiling the cocoons is the most efficient way to process the silk. While it murders the worms inside, it also makes extracting the silk easier as the cocoon's binding proteins are melted away. And once the silk is fully removed, the factory workers have a delicious pot of silkworm soup to eat. All of the silk threads are threaded through a bamboo threading stick, twisting the thread-like material into silk thread. The thread is wound onto a seasoning wheel and is unraveled by the oracle. The oracle is the one person in the entire world dedicated to unraveling silk threads because in ancient times, it was believed this process could help see the future. The silk is passed through the sands of an ancient mummy to help strengthen its visions of the future. The silk is washed away in concentrated ocean. And then re-rinsed again in soapy water as a metaphor for the evolution of sea life. After any rowdy silk is properly spanked for being a naughty boy, the silk is hung to dry. Here's a fun game. Try to find the silk cord in this pile of drag queen wigs. The oceanic encrusted silk thread is placed onto a machine that unrolls it onto rollers. More prestigious factories may opt to use square rollers instead of round rollers, since the factory doesn't cut corners. To craft silk fabric, silk threads are wound around a mechanism and fed vertically into a loom. Amy here really goes to town on this loom, and really gives it to the fabric. She gives it to the fabric real good. Look at her go. It's so fucking majestic. That's so goddamn beautiful. Go, Amy, go. Go, Amy, go. Go, Amy, go. To create silk patterns, different shuttles of silk colors are utilized. Every silk weaver hopes that one day, their silk patterns will be good enough to be worn by the world's supreme authority on silk fashion, the illustrious Golden Man. Your mother probably told you not to put anything with germs in your mouth. Well, it turns out she was wrong. Yogurt is one of the healthiest foods you can eat, yet it's chock full of germs, bacteria to be precise. Bacteria that are actually good for your digestive system. The first step in making fruit-flavored yogurt is to play with the fruit. Workers make sure to swirl, scoop, and fondle the fruit to aerate it as much as possible. The most popular fruit flavors are strawberry, raspberry, and basilberry. Three different types of sugars are combined with stabilizers and artificial flavorings. This blend is then mixed with water. For most fruits, artificial coloring is also added to make them more appetizing. Then comes two more kinds of sugars, sucrose and dextrose. You can remember these ingredients by remembering they rhyme with gross. The machine then adds spoiled milk to the batch. Its natural curdled consistency will help with the yogurt's texture and bacteria culture. More coloring is added, alongside fruit concentrate. This concentrate is usually made from the fruit imported to the factory, usually. To prepare the yogurt, they mix powdered whole milk and cream with water. For low-fat and fat-free yogurts, they simply remove the milk and double the amount of cream. The milk mixture is heated to 165 degrees Fahrenheit to pasteurize it and to create milk foam. This milk foam will be shipped out to coffee shops across the country. While it's now bacteria-free, there's a new problem. The company's pipe organ is now full of milk and cream, and is unable to be played when the factory workers gather for church service. This machine, called a homogenizer, solves the problem. The homogenizer's crushing pistons use a hypnotic rhythm to convert every factory worker to atheism. If the homogenizer ever stops pumping, the next crusade will begin. The yogurt mixture then goes into fermentation tanks. Workers pour in a container of those little white balls you find on your ceiling, finally giving them a purpose by helping the yogurt ferment. Fermentation can take 6 to 20 hours depending on how much attention the factory workers are paying. The factory manufactures the yogurt labels and containers in the same factory. If you think this machine looks complicated, don't worry, you're just stupid. Plastic is molded by this machine into the containers for the yogurt, while the underside applies the labels. The yogurt is then dumped in the containers. The red dot on the yogurt is from a nearby army sniper, ready to take out any yogurt that evolves during production to have thoughts of political assassination. This yogurt may or may not be expired depending on when you watch this video. And finally, as the packing machine properly labels and portions out the yogurt, did anyone else get kind of excited seeing a brand they finally recognize? They're making Dannon yogurt here. Dannon! I mean, I've had Dannon before. Tons of people have. It's a big brand. Normally they get the most obscure unknown brand for this shit, like Klapsky's Yogurt or Within the Family Dairy Farms. Oh wait, no, what? Okay, hang on. Upon reviewing the footage, it seems that this is Dannon yogurt, not Dannon. You can go back to the beginning of the video and confirm that that's true. This is Dannon, not Dannon. Sorry for the false alarm, guys. I'm sorry. Porcelain is often called China after the country that invented it more than 1,200 years ago. It looks delicate, but is actually the hardest type of ceramic material. It's even used in electrical insulators because it withstands very high heat. But most people think of China as decorative. China as we know it today was invented in 1949 when Communist revolutionary leader Mao Zedong officially declared its creation following the Chinese Civil War, as seen in this sketch. China's government today follows a mold and plaster model, Any new laws are created on a negative made of plaster to test their shape and effectiveness in government policy. The three current rulers of China are legendary Shaolin warriors, Feldspith, Kalen, and Quartz. A piece of their soul is imbued in each bit of Chinese manufacturing. The national sport of China is called filling the oddly shaped bucket. Here we see the trophy for first prize, hidden inside the lucky winner's bucket. Toilets in China are very, very tiny, because 95% of Chinese people don't have an anus. The 5% who do are known as butt boys. In an emergency, these tiny toilets can often double as public drinking fountains. After viewing this footage, please remind me to teach you about sexual education in China. In China, time is measured via a hole punch system. Right now, it's about 12 o'clock. Okay, well thanks a lot, Sunyi. Now we'll never know what fucking time it is. Technology in China has advanced far enough to create living robots. Here you can see them bleed, sweat, and die. If you feel bad for the robot who was just killed and had his face fashioned into a dinner plate, don't. He was a racist.
5 seconds remaining.
Homes in China are uncomfortably cramped, containing nearly 30 pieces of decorative ceramics per citizen. Here we see a Chinese citizen moving to a new, more open concept home. Waterboarding never went out of style in China, but even more popular is witchcraft. This woman is casting a spell for more ceramic pots. The homes of the wealthy aren't all that much more impressive than the common folk, the only difference being that their decorative ceramics are shinier. As seen here, the internet in China is very rudimentary and only used for text communication. And now, as an added bonus, please enjoy China's oldest magic trick. Displaying a life-size horse makes a galloping statement at a farm, racetrack, or a Western-themed venue. Some horse owners even commission a replica of their favorite animal.
10 seconds to insertion.
A life-size horse can be an attraction, but before the horse as we know it 55 million years ago was an animal known as the Hyracotherium, as seen here. The Hyracotherium evolved into the modern horse over millions of years, adapting to predators, competitors, and environmental conditions, in a process similar to the one shown here. Around 5,000 years ago, humans began to domesticate horses so they could ride them for transportation, which began the formulation of horse-centered human cultures, like this one shown here. Soon, horses became the norm for transportation, leading to the invention of horse accessories such as stirrups, saddles, and chariots, all of which are being made in this factory, as seen here. Horses were then selectively bred for characteristics such as maneuverability, speed, gentleness, and strength, leading to more than 300 breeds existing today, a handful of which can be seen here. Workhorse use dropped dramatically after the invention of the steam engine, which could perform the same tasks at a much quicker and more efficient pace. Even still, engine power is measured in horsepower, a testament to the horse's widespread use. This typical engine here has about 120 horsepower. Horses also have their use as raw materials, with a horse's meat, hide, bones, and hooves all being used in hundreds of different products, which you can learn about if you remember to subscribe to this channel. The steps to do so are demonstrated here. Finally, after all of this, the horse is made. Oh, wait, those aren't real horses. Fuck, never mind. Gingerbread houses are a holiday tradition. It used to take a fair amount of time and baking expertise to make one, but today there are kits and even pre-assembled gingerbread houses that make the process a breeze. This edible edifice has become a holiday tradition for many homes. And thanks to kits, you can let the factories do all the hard work while you lazily pass it off as your own. To make a gingerbread house kit, the factory starts with baking soda, which is pre-approved by a NAFTA employee. Then a worker adds a scoop of salt from a dirty container. The white ingredients are transferred to a mixer while the brown ingredients are given their own separate bowl. Brown ingredients include cinnamon, nutmeg, allspice, ground, and ginger. There's actually more cinnamon than ginger in gingerbread, because gingerbread was actually named after Roger Gingerbread, a man who loves cinnamon. As the mixer starts, a worker adds water, molasses, sugar, vegetable oil, vegetable shortening, white cheese, milk, salted sugar, and carbohydrates, all pressed into a solid gelatinous block. The mixer combines all the ingredients and makes a putty-like dough, or a dough-like putty, depending on your preference. This is a spiraling machine. A roller evenly flattens the chunks to prepare them for being clumsily smushed into a bin. A carpet cleaning machine has been repurposed to roll the dough into a continuous sheet. Don't worry, carpet factories are fine without this machine, because they have tons of repurposed gingerbread rolling machines at their disposal. A large cookie cutter dramatically slams into the dough to cut out the cookie shapes, because when you think of the holidays, you think of startling violence. The cookie cutouts land on separating roller wires, including the pieces that have great six-packs. Then, the happy little cookies travel into a convection oven to be lovingly baked at 400 degrees. The delightful gingerbread men feel the excruciating pain of their skin boiling off to a delectable golden brown crust. Here's a window into their suffering. Once Baker Perkins has had enough of his sadistic torture party, the gingerbread people and their homes are taken into a wonderful carousel to help them forget the mentally scarring war crimes they just had to endure. Workers then stack the pieces for one gingerbread house into the world's easiest puzzle. If you're extremely lazy, the factory will even put the pieces together for you. For customers who pay even further premiums, the factory will ship the gingerbread house to your home along with an overweight employee who will eat it for you. Icing is made in another part of the factory, but this video is about gingerbread, not icing, so let's quickly move on.
Secure the bomb.
Oh, well, now it's the end of the video. That kinda sucks. I really wanted to know how icing was made, but oh well. These gingerbread houses are now ready for retail. So you too can finally purchase an ensemble de maison and pain de PC. Soy sauce is a staple of Asian cuisine, used as both a condiment and cooking ingredient. Its roots are in the seasonings of ancient China. Today, you can buy artificial or chemically enhanced versions, but authentic soy sauce is all natural, and made the traditional way, by brewing soybeans and wheat. At this soy sauce factory, they make sauce out of soy, using just 4 primary ingredients and 1 mystery ingredient: soybeans, water, wheat, and yeast. They begin by pouring soybeans into a giant cooking pan and hosing them down so they can be transferred into a cooking bucket. To transfer them a second time into a cooking pan designed for soybeans. The lid is sealed and the beans are boiled. Meanwhile, the wheat is daintily swirled around to tickle it slightly. The wheat is forced through a mill, which cracks the grains into pieces. Uncracked wheat may be too strong for the soy saucing process, and can result in a poisoned batch. When the soybeans are ready, their ashes are spread into a soybean coffin, as is tradition for these sorts of things. Chaz Goodrich here is in charge of vigorously shaking, burying, and stirring in the wheat. Then a dash of yeast is applied, alongside a loogie of saliva. The soybean coffins are loaded into a soybean morgue, which is open to the public for anyone to fondle.
Bomb diffuser activated.
The corpses of the departed soybeans are stored until they reach 86 degrees, hot enough to kill any vengeful spirits that linger within. For the next stage, a brine is made out of sea salt and plastic-laced water. The black flakes in the mixture are unexplainable, but are left in for flavor. The mixture is tornadoed and then the soybean mix is added in using unwashed gloves, again for flavor. All of this is blended together, creating a lolicon, the Japanese word for soybean mash. Every day for 6 years, the sludge is uncovered and blended to help aerate it. This makes it easier to push the barrels around the factory because air is lighter than soy sauce. After 12 long years of fermentation, it looks like shit. But it tastes delicious, guys, I swear. No, really, it's good, I mean it, trust me. The slop is emptied onto a sheet of soy paper in a similar fashion to elephant diarrhea. Then it's time to pack up Big Ken's lunch for the day. Every day, Big Ken eats over 11 pounds of elephant diarrhea soy sauce. Wood is added for fiber. As the android from the Alien franchise applies a steel press to the mixture, pure soy juice comes out. The used-up soybean mash will later go on to feed poor cows and rich pigs across the countryside. In the most ingenious part of the process, the soy sauce is bottled. This makes sense, because when you go to your local grocery store, the employees don't just give you handfuls of soy sauce. They let you buy it in bottles instead. A plastic shrink wrap is melted onto the bottle so that children and pets can't have any of your delicious soy sauce. And finally, the soy sauce is ready and blah 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 blah. Yeah, we get it. Okay, great. Soy sauce, done, finished. We know how it's made. I only watched this segment so I could get to the good stuff that's later in this episode. Aw, yeah. We can't all rub shoulders with political greats and movie stars, or even the rich and famous. But for the price of a ticket, anyone can mingle with their wax replicas. These lookalikes aren't much for conversation, but their likeness can be startling, thanks to a process honed over centuries. Famous faces come to life in beeswax, so it's almost like seeing their cold, lifeless expressions in the flesh. It often starts with a face-to-face meeting with the subject, during which they take over 200 measurements of the face alone, and even more of the body. Using these measurements, an artist sculpts his ideal physique out of clay onto a metal skeleton. The head, of course, receives special attention, to be as frightening as possible. The head is sculpted in stages and takes about 6 weeks. After those 6 weeks, it is still completely and utterly terrifying. Wires and other measurement tools are used to make sure the sculpture matches the measurements and health of the original subject perfectly. Here the worker smooths out the mold's teeth, so when the factory shipment of donkey teeth arrives for the final product, it will be easier to swap them. The hairline is then tweaked, so the sculpture will snugly fit into whatever this fucked up contraption is. Specific parts of the sculpture are coated in human fluids, to help people smell the authenticity. This process uses a lot of human fluids. Off camera, a plaster mold of the full head is assembled, rinsed, and put into the wax bench. You can use context clues here to figure out what a wax bench is. The wax sits for an hour, just long enough for the outside to harden. A hole is cut into the bottom of the mold, and all of the interior wax, human fluids, and dust are drained out to create a hollow figure. The outer mold is removed to reveal the famous face casted inside, such as this one here of Bruce Willis. Various painting techniques are used to recreate the wax figure's hands. Occasionally, when the artist is very happy with their work, they'll clap them together. A medical glass eye is spun and painted on to recreate the subject's eyes so they can finally see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
What's up, guys? What's up?
Red silk hairs are applied to simulate broken blood vessels, a detail that no one will notice. And then the wax figure is ready for its hair. Finally, actual human hair is matched to the subject's, and each hair is inserted individually, confirming the notion that wax figure artists are infinitely more talented than you'll ever be.
I'm not even gonna. Yeah, so this is my favorite.
the finishing touches are applied, and with that, we have wax figures that can immortalize our most iconic of people.
That's like one of my mains.
Who the hell is that bald guy?
If they don't, we're fucked. Oh shit.
Looks like one of us is gonna be playing Fenrir.
Yeah, Fenrir.
It's hard not to wax philosophical about crayons. The average North American kid uses 730 of them by the age of 10. An American chemical company invented crayons in 1903. It took the basic wax crayon it already made for marking crates and barrels and came up with a non-toxic version. Yellow-orange crayons are made from a variety of waxes, primarily paraffin, which is ideal because paraffin itself is already yellow-orange. If new colors of crayons are invented, then this will be a problem. The wax is melted until it goes from looking kind of buttery to straight up unappetizing. Then, a secret powder is added to the crayon as we question the competency of rose art, because here we are showing their supposedly secret powder to our cameras. Yellow and red are blended into the wax, creating the perfect blend for yellow-orange crayons. These colors here will never be crayons, so they have been censored to maintain your viewing enjoyment. The wax is blended until it solidifies and is pumped into a device called a crayonatizer.
10 seconds to go.
It injects the wax into crayon-shaped molds and douses them with water to harden the wax. We lost the footage of this segment, so please enjoy this footage of Mars. Oh my god, they're destroying Mars. Those animals. The machine carefully and delicately vomits the crayons onto a conveyor belt. One by one, they file into the grooves of the world's coolest gun, the X-12 Mega Revolver. This is the same gun that was used to assassinate Presidents James Garfield and William McKinley at the same time. The gun's action is coincidentally perfect for adhering the labels to the crayons. The crayons goose-step their way across the assembly line, fall onto a conveyor belt, and land in a box. Workers sort the yellow-orange crayons and unrelated colored wax failures into their respective hoppers. The yellow-orange crayons are sorted into their respective boxes, while the non-crayon-related colored wax is sorted so that the nearby recycling center will have an easier time throwing it away. Crayons are typically shipped in boxes with missing children's pictures on them. So far, this effort has found 0 missing children. People have been playing with small balls of stone, clay, or marble since ancient Egyptian and Roman times. Today's marbles are actually made of glass and used for industrial tasks as well as games. Glass is not only inexpensive and durable, but also quite beautiful. Marbles are known around the world for their eye-catching colors, which can be seen here in stunning 360p resolution. To make marbles, this company melts recycled glass and competing companies' marbles in a kiln heated to 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. After 16 hours, they open a door at the bottom of the kiln and the molten glass flows out. A shearing device vigorously thrusts into the stream, forming segments called slugs that become marbles. These slugs fall through a chute, in a similar fashion to if the sun had a bowel movement. The slugs land between spinning metal grooves, which dance them endlessly to exhaust their heat energy, causing their hot-blooded nature to chill out for a bit. It takes 72 hours for the marbles to chill out completely. The colors of the marbles by this point are predetermined. How? Who cares? These channels weed out the marbles that are too big or too small, and organize the ones that are just right for photo ops. More intricate marbles are handmade. This craftsman first preheats some giant contact lenses in a small oven. Then he breaks off a piece of giant chalk. After the materials have melted in a furnace overnight, he gathers some on a steel rod and just starts playing around with it like a toddler. These new glass noodles are controversially used to decorate the clear glass marbles, and not used for their intended purpose, to make glass spaghetti to feed the glass giants of Glasstown. Meanwhile, a clump of melted clear glass is put on the end of a rod and rolled over some used lollipop sticks in an effort to promote recycling.
Oh shit.
These steps are repeated several times until the marble reaches its most ideal shape, an exotic horse dildo. Once it's used up, the marble is then reflattened and rolled onto several glass slivers. After being rolled in the furnace once again, the ends are then crimped and snipped, completing the wizard staff for the craftsman's wizard cosplay. Once the anime convention ends, more layers of clear glass and lollipop sticks are added, reheated, and reshaped, to transform the staff into an even more exotic dildo. Several metal and wooden tools are used to really polish that thing. And calipers are used to measure its diameter as sexually as possible. Then okay, wow, fuck this. This script is talking way too much about penises for my taste. I'm gonna have someone else fill in for me on the rest of this one, because I'm out. Peace.
Hello, I am the backup narrator. What the fuck are we making today? Oh wow. Marbles. Cool. I really wish I knew how these were made. I have absolutely no idea. This shit is straight up gorgeous though. Wow. Look at how pretty that is. I love it. If only someone could explain what the fuck I'm looking at. Awesome.
The earliest wooden wheels were fitted with bands of steel, not really built for comfort. Air-filled inner tubes were part of the first successful car tire in 1911. They're still used today in most bicycle tires and in many motorbikes.
Okay.
Motorcycle inner tubes are made of a combination of synthetic and oxidized rubber. They come in a variety of sizes, and no recycled or reclaimed rubber is used during the manufacturing process, which keeps the rubber expensive. A worker selects a slab of some yellow synthetic rubber, a bag of black rubber, a package of chemical super rubber, some ground up powdered rubber in a bag made of rubber, and finally, a rubber brick. After the beast is fought back by protesters, the rubber materials are squeezed together into a sheet on a rolling mill. The sheet is cut with a knife to sectionalize it and to teach it respect. The rubber is then soaked in a vat of calcium carbonate, known by its street name of builder's milk, to prevent the rubber from sticking to itself. Workers continually fold the continuous sheet of rubber in a stack to dry, continuously. After it dries, the rubber is hoisted up a conveyor belt, which drops it into a rubber preservation machine, which secretly destroys and strains the shit out of the rubber. And then, wait, hang on. Yeah, that's good. Anyway, the rubber strands are cut and placed back into the mill. Meanwhile, back at the lab, the rubber is processed into a cylindrical shape. The rubber is then coated with various poisons and cut to give it a sharpened edge, in case the factory workers have to defend themselves from any competing companies. A hole is punched into the tube for a valve to be inserted which, for some silly reason, is loaded by hand. And now, a worker joins the two ends of the rubber tubing together with a machine. And the machine, well, it like presses them together, and then it forms them into one continuous piece. And I'm gonna be honest, I can't see what's happening. The machine is in the way, and the cameraing sucks. So like the tube is, oh god, it's like pressed together between metal plates. And okay, well here's the finished tube, right? So, well, this one's broken, and now it's fixed via magic. So, with magic, then the tube is wrapped around a metal circle filled with some cotton balls and inflated on the spot even though it's broken. And now he's gonna take sorry, that's a rock. He's gonna beat the shit out of it, and okay, now there's another guy who's gonna put it away for later. He's gonna watch it grow, and hopefully it's gonna get big and strong, and oh great, now it's a finished tire. Awesome, I totally know how that happened. Completely. The footage, it's so obvious. And now the valve is hung on a valve holder, and the tire's deflated even though it was just inflated. And this all happens in a Philippine sweatshop, or Vietnamese, I can't tell. It doesn't matter as long as your tires are cheap, right? And anyway, they put the valve on the end so you can blow it up, and it probably missed their families, but it's all right because tires, man. Or inner tubes. This video's not even about tires, it's about inner tubes. And then they're packaged in a bright red shiny bag. You can go buy it. And just in time for the Olympics. Thanks. Peanut butter as we know it today was invented in 1890 by an American doctor. He used it as a protein substitute for people whose teeth were so bad they couldn't chew meat. Yummy. The best peanuts for making peanut butter are runner peanuts because they're uniform, roast very evenly, and are very satisfying to dig your hands in. It takes about 1,100 nuts to make a single jar of peanut butter. That's about as many as someone like your mother has eaten in the last year. The nuts travel through a hot air roaster, roasting to up to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. The machine shakes up and down ever so slightly, because it is malfunctioning. On the bright side, this malfunction helps let the nuts roast more evenly. Next, the peanuts then transfer to an even more broken machine, to be fast cooled to room temperature. This is done by letting the hotter peanuts fall onto the floor through the holes in the machine, so only the coldest peanuts are able to move on to processing. Cold peanuts tend to hold on to more peanut grease, enhancing the flavor of the peanut butter. Here are 3 large barrels of peanut skins, in case anyone hasn't seen what that looks like. A machine called a blancher removes the peanut skins and hearts, which commonly have a bitter taste. This also means that any peanuts still left alive before this process are now absolutely dead. Their delicious corpses comically tumble down to the next station. Here's a barrel of peanut hearts, in case you just had to satisfy your sick curiosity. The peanuts then plummet into a giant steel container called the safety hole. It's called the safety hole so when the peanuts are forced into the grinder down below by the twisting mechanism, they are caught by surprise, giving them no chance to escape. The peanuts are then ground into a paste, which, as seen here, happens almost instantly. At this point, the other ingredients are added. Dried peas, powdered nuts, and frozen butter. After the peanut butter has cooled, it's ready for packaging into jars. Peanut butter jars are grouped into pairs of 2, as most households buy 2 jars at a time, 1 for each spouse. Next, unless you're blind, I'm pretty sure you're smart enough to figure out what's going on here. I mean, I'm not expecting all of the audience to be geniuses, but you'd have to be pretty dang stupid to not see what's happening. I mean, go ahead, take a guess. I'm serious. Out loud right now, say what you think is happening on screen. Oh, what's that? The jars are being filled with peanut butter? Oh, whoopee fucking woohoo, you're completely right. And finally, for your viewing pleasure, the old magically sealing peanut butter trick. Honey is Winnie the Pooh's favorite treat. It's sweet and sticky, and it's produced by an industrious insect whose miniature society is one of the most sophisticated in the animal kingdom. It all begins in a field where worker bees suck nectar from flower blossoms such as rhododendron. They store it in their testicles, then return it to their hive where they ejaculate it for the other honeybees to chew on it. This breaks down the nectar's complex sugars into 2 simple sugars, glucose and Splenda. The bees then vomit the chewed substance into cells of their wax honeycomb because they realize what they've been chewing on. Over time, this honey is meticulously crafted into a tremendous work of architectural and chemical ingenuity, which means it's the perfect opportunity for the beekeeper to step in and ruin everything. Bees will sting if taken by surprise, so most beekeepers spray the colony with marijuana smoke to calm them down. Inside the hive are wooden frames. Normally they're coated with honey, but this one unfortunately has been infested with bees. The only rule of being a beekeeper is to not directly touch the bees. Don't worry folks, this man is actually a fireman, not a beekeeper. The honeycomb slats are removed from the hive and brought to the factory, where any straggling bees are liquefied thanks to a giant pulsating blade. The honey is squeegeed for clarity, and then put into a machine called a honey extractor. Honey doesn't taste good unless it's spun around a lot. It's true. We don't know why it's true, but it is. So please don't write into us asking why it's true. Some beehives deliver fully made honeycomb to the factory as an offering to spare their habitats. This offering, while convenient, is never enough. A hot press machine turns the honeycomb into sugar wafers. The beeswax lining of the honeycomb will go on to be used as optical illusions you will find on clickbait websites. Sometimes, if the manufacturer cannot meet market demand, high fructose corn syrup will be shipped in, bottled, and sold under the same label. Finally, the honey is siphoned into jars, which are transported to your local supermarket, who painstakingly transport all the honey by hand into those tiny little plastic bear containers. Single-serving coffee pods provide an almost instant gratification. The concept has changed the way coffee is prepared. No need to wait around for a whole pot of coffee to brew. By simply inserting the pod into a compatible machine, it brews the coffee in seconds. These coffee pods are designed to be thrown in landfills after use. They offer the convenience of a quick coffee with an easy disposal method. The process starts at the American Coffee Millennium Warehouse, a structure housing over 400,000 different types of coffee beans for future use and preservation. Whatever beans are chosen for the pod's specific blend are poured into a refugee cage for sorting. A professional coffee molester kisses the beans and then gives them an invasive rub. This is done to test the coffee bean's flavor and texture respectively. If he is revolted by too many of the beans, the entire lot will be rejected. Here's a handy chart you can write down if you want to judge your coworkers like coffee beans. Too much moisture can represent a lower quality bean, so by putting the beans in this machine and hitting the mysterious %H2O button, the machine will read the bean's water content. Samples of the beans are funneled into pipe organ tubes, so they can be placed into these steampunk iron lungs. The iron lungs contain over 400 working gears, which generate enough heat to roast the beans. Some of you keen-eyed viewers may also recognize this machine as the first prototype 4-in-1 fleshlight. Once the beans are done roasting to perfection, the employee immediately puts them back in to burn them to a crisp, just like your local Starbucks employee. Roasting has transformed these ordinary coffee beans into coffee beans but roasted. If a technician is getting sleepy on the job, he will prepare himself a fresh shot of coffee grounds. Before he drinks upwards of 10 of these shots, he will tell each of them a different secret so that they will all feel special. Making coffee feel special helps to enhance its natural secret flavor. Hot water is poured onto the coffee, which makes some of the coffee fussy. A fussy coffee will be shushed back to sleep so the taste testing can resume. The worker now finally taste tests the coffee. This high-quality blend will easily please his palate, so he'll spit it out at this obviously terrible batch that doesn't meet his standards. Meanwhile, at the company theme park, no one is riding the scrambler. Big batches of the coffee beans are kept waiting outside the park gates until their shells turn dark from frustration. After gouging the beans for ticket prices, I mean seriously, $125 per bean just to go to Coffee World, they're finally let loose on the theme park's rides and attractions, enhancing their natural thrill-seeking flavor. In this industrial hand pulverizer, rollers crush the coffee into coffee sand.
I think I was trying to reinforce when the ash got me. I was reinforcing the door.
To test the coffee's density, a worker precisely fills a measuring cup. Well, you really fucked that one up there, didn't you, Bernice?
Secure
This coffee here scores about 166 points, which is an average coffee score. From there, the coffee is packed into pods using a machine that operates at ludicrous speed. And finally, the finished coffee pods are moved along the conveyor belt by a machine that's actually desperately trying to scoop up the credits. It can try all it wants, but those credits aren't going anywhere.
Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a
Aquariums have been around for hundreds of years. Even now, having a body of water in a glass box seems like magic. The most common aquarium fish is the goldfish, domesticated in China more than 1,000 years ago. Goldfish are a type of carp known for their love of crowded, compact, and bare environments. They tend to be silver or gray in color, but will sometimes turn gold if they are sick, hence the name goldfish. Like all fish, goldfish start their lives as eggs, but only strong goldfish are sold to the public. Goldfish are squeezed by workers shortly after hatching to determine their strength. A weak goldfish will not be able to resist, and their guts will pop out, killing them instantly. Meanwhile, the strong goldfish are forced to mate with each other, helping to breed stronger and stronger goldfish. The fertilized eggs are placed into separate containers. A muscular bodybuilder blows carbon dioxide into the fish egg containers off camera, helping them to grow up big and strong like he is. A week later, the eggs hatch and try to impregnate the first thing they see. The hatchlings are called fry, and not all of them are the typical gold color. Even after centuries of breeding, fish breeders have yet to produce a completely gold fish. Those dumbasses. As the fry increase in size, they're taken on a trip to a fish water park. The fish are then carefully and delicately sorted by size for retail. The fish are transferred to a plastic bag for transportation. A worker adds helium to the bag so it will float away to its destination. At the factory, workers check to make sure the fish are happy. Unhappy fish are sometimes provided a shot of rum to calm their surly tempers. If the goldfish drink enough rum, they eventually metamorphosize into koi, which are a larger, equally Asian type of fish.
Op 4 has deployed a diffuser unit to destroy it.
A worker isolates a group of koi with a tiny net. The tiny net is surefire. A tiny net is a death sentence. It is a net, and it's tiny. It's time to prepare the goldfish for sorting. But first, the workers must be compensated. They're given their pick of the litter for a fine bowl of goldfish soup, and then the rest are shipped off to the market.
Nah, where the fuck was Ace? Don't know. I didn't hear him run into a
To help prepare the fish for travel, they're dipped in a green solution, and then rinsed. The green solution contains a chemical to help reduce stress during transport. Okay guys, off the record, that green stuff is totally liquid weed. But don't tell the Science Channel or they'll cut our funding again. Next, a worker adds oxygen to the bag, so the fish have plenty to breathe during shipping.
Don't worry about TKing Spot.
Then, another worker squeezes some air out of the bag, because this factory is entirely mismanaged. Finally, the fish are jammed into a styrofoam box, which helps insulate their screams of terror once the cannabis wears off. If you're craving a snack that's portable and packs a good dose of protein, then some beef jerky might just hit the spot. Eating dried cured strips of meat dates back to the ancient cultures of South America. Jerky may be an English mispronunciation of a native word for burnt meat. Beef jerky is no longer a means of subsistence, but rather a popular snack food that comes in a variety of chunks. This premium brand is handcrafted from the finest wrinkly beef.
Get ready to engage.
The wrinkly skin of the beef is cut open and the inner meat, which is preserved in a delicious blood sauce, is removed. The beef pieces are put into a beef paper shredder, which is like a regular paper shredder, but for beef. The paper beef sheets are collected into a tray at the bottom. The beef sheets are loaded into an industrial washing machine to ensure they're clean enough for consumption. Meanwhile, in the Mojave Desert, just kidding, this beef is actually manufactured in the USA. This is when dry and liquid seasonings are added to the beef to marinate it. The company says these ingredients are secret, and when we asked what they were, the only hint they gave us was that they're super duper yummy, oh boy. The meat and marinade spin like a porta potty falling down a cliff until the meat is completely marinated. Then the meat is sent to the jerky tribunal. These 4 wise elders have been determining which pieces of meat are destined to become jerky for centuries. The tribunal is able to work 24/7 because they have no need for food or sleep. Whenever a member of the tribunal dies, they are instantly replaced with a new one, in a process that has never been detailed or explained. There are always 4 members of the tribunal, no more, no less. To change this number is to offset balance in the universe. Boy, talk about a bunch of beef jerks, huh? The meat is placed into an industrial smoker because there's absolutely no other way to smoke this much meat in one sitting. The tribunal has been working on a fix for this problem since the Triassic period. Once the meat has lost all of its appeal and flavor, quality control begins. Each piece of jerky must be a 3-dimensional figure to be packaged. The strips are then loaded onto a giant metal flower, whose petals can delicately sort the jerky into their individual packages. Meanwhile, the labeling for Duke's Jerky is applied. Their motto is, "It's time to kick ass and eat beef jerky, and I've got lots of jerky. If you don't like it, blow it out your ass." Another popular snack food sold by this company are small round chocolates covered in iron shavings. They're called balls of steel. A tiny flavor packet is also added to the bag. Customers should eat this packet after consuming the jerky to help promote healthy digestion and prevent potential heartburn.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion.
Finally, the bags are sealed and moved to the boxing and shipping area. But, as is the way of nature, sometimes the beef jerky doesn't survive its trip. Here an employee measures the pulse of a jerky bag to notice it is flatlined and passed away. Boy, talk about a bunch of beef jerks, huh? The first computers used to be the size of an entire room. Then they were built to fit under your desk. The newest design is a portable device that sits on your lap. Today's laptops are made to be smaller and more powerful than ever. With its lightning-fast processor and impressive graphics, this computer is a state-of-the-art gaming rig. The computer's brain, called a motherboard, begins as a printed circuit board. Its pattern of lines and pads in copper is the wiring for the other tiny computers that will be soldered onto the board. This machine places a stencil of the soldering computers to the board and applies thermal paste to help keep them cool. A quality inspection light bombards the circuit board with flashing red, blue, and green lights. Circuit boards are very sensitive to these colors of light, so if the board shows any signs of cracking or melting, it is removed from the production line. If the board passes inspection, it's sent to 15 different labeling machines, which etch the names of each component onto the board in just 30 seconds. These labels indicate to the board how each part should function, and helps the board redirect its electricity accordingly. A limiter chip is planted onto the board. This is placed by the manufacturer to intentionally slow down the processing power of the board, and is only removed if the customer purchases a higher-end laptop. Another camera inspection ensures that the board is correctly initialized and will not come apart during shipping. At another part of the factory, technicians cheerfully assemble the top half of the laptop called the panel kit. Sometimes the workers become so overjoyed that they will break into a group sing-along while working. Thankfully, factory security is quick to beat them down if this happens, to prevent possible rebellion. The webcam assembly, Wi-Fi antenna, Domino's Pizza tracker app, and other important functional aspects of the laptop are installed in the small cover underneath the screen as it is fully assembled. A thin metal frame is stamped around the edge of the screen to increase acceleration. Next, they assemble the bottom half. First, the top half is attached to the hinges of the bottom. Then, the NSA tracking device is carefully wired into the body of the laptop itself. And then, the motherboard comes back into play, having lost roughly 40% of its body mass during shipping. This computer, being a gaming laptop, requires 2 powerful fans. This is so if the person playing on this laptop is ever raided by a local SWAT team, they can simply grab onto it and fly away. Dust and oil have a chance to contaminate the sensitive electronics, so the technician sprays the board down with oil to make sure that they take no chances. Then they attach the battery, which will last about 30 minutes before needing a full recharge. A laser etching machine marks the product information on the back. This machine was purchased to be used with the HTC Vive virtual reality headset, meaning it was a complete waste of money. Thomas Jefferson, one of America's founding fathers, came up with the first swiveling mechanism for office chairs. Decades later, Charles Darwin added small wheels called casters to his chair to roll it around the study as he worked on the theory of evolution. Today, office chairs still swivel and roll. To make an office chair, first a factory worker attaches the right arm to the rest of the chair. And then, the chair is made. The rubber band was invented in England in the middle of the 19th century. The key to its success, of course, is flexibility. A rubber band can be stretched around items of various shapes and sizes to hold them together. So in the rubber band industry, the possibilities for expansion are numerous. Rubber bands come in handy for a whole bunch of things, whether it's acting as a binding, a snack food, or a weapon. Production of rubber bands starts with natural rubber, made from the sap of rubber trees. Natural rubber has more elasticity than the synthetic kind, which doesn't matter because synthetic rubber is cheaper, so it will always be used in production. A worker pours rubber processing oil into a kneader machine because it's so damn needy. He adds mustard and sugar for taste, while Kyle in the background looks for his lost surfboard. He forgets to unwrap the rubber's packaging as he feeds several pounds of it into the kneader machine. The rubber is, of course, naturally elastic and bounces around like an unruly 7-year-old. This process generates heat, which both softens the rubber and explains why there was a random shirtless man in the previous shot. The kneader spits out giant dough chunks. The rubber is now depressing to look at, so it's thrown into a smoothing machine until it transforms into a much more optimistic shape. This process is purely done to reduce suicide rates among rubber factory workers. Then, the rubber is rolled into big twisty tubes, entirely undoing the previous rolling processes. This may seem bizarre, but rubber is actually manufactured in reverse, as demonstrated here, with the rubber being retrofitted back into the previously mentioned rubber trees. Next, these aluminum poles have arrived from a nearby factory and require a rubber coating before being sent out to distribution. This is because the poles are smart and know when it comes to the market to always wrap it before they tap it. As for the white powder, don't ask. The tubes are loaded into a torpedo bay both for overnight curing and to protect the factory in case of thieves. Workers peel the rubber off the poles and then give them a milk bath to infuse them with calcium. Without calcium, the rubber would be too brittle for daily use, since calcium helps build strong bones. The tubes are fed into a cutting machine and... oh, looks like one of those aluminum poles from earlier had a pretty good night. With this system, the factory can produce 500,000 rubber bands per hour, and yet still somehow can't manage to bring my wife back to me. After inspection, all that's left is the credits, which signify the end of the episode, and are my cue to stop talking.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to insertion.
In today's hustle and bustle world, it's not uncommon to forgo brown bagging it, and instead grab a meal on the go. It's not surprising to see that food retailers, from mega supermarkets to convenience stores, carry pre-packaged sandwiches for the hungry in a hurry customer. Ham and cheese, tomato, miscellaneous salad. Just a few of the many sandwich varieties you can buy ready-made. Retail customers order the specific ingredients they want in their sandwiches, and the factory hires its employees accordingly. The first step is to load fresh bread into an automated machine. The bread is slapped to ensure its quality. Cheaply made bread will crumble, while high-quality bread springs back into shape. A large helping of melted butter is added to the slices to help them pass through the upcoming machinery. For this sandwich, a jizz of mayonnaise is required, which is squirted onto the bread via an automated dispenser. Workers then lay on grated cheddar cheese with their bare hands, feeling each and every bit of cheese that goes onto the sandwich to ensure that it is properly shredded. In another area, traditional ham logs are squished into a slicing coffin.
One op 4 remaining. Diffuser is active. Protected at all costs.
The slices go off to the assembly line where they are then added to the sandwiches. Barehandedly, of course, for an added salty flavor. Next, they close up the sandwiches, occasionally giving a light spank to the naughtier looking ones. The sandwiches are stacked on top of each other and moved to a security checkpoint. Here, each sandwich is cut in half and scanned for contraband material that workers may have lost in the product, such as fingernails, wedding rings, fingers, guns, and sandwich pornography. Sandwiches found to be guilty of smuggling are sent to a sandwich internment camp. In the camp, robot arms force the sandwich bread into formation. Any bread slices found to break this formation will be shot with pepper spray to enhance its flavor.
Use your drone to locate a bomb.
The bread is then frisked by another series of arms to make sure that none of them have reverted to their smuggling ways. If a sandwich is again caught smuggling, they are punished by being smothered in one of the most disgusting substances known to man: egg salad. Roughly 50% of all bread slices are smugglers. At the next station, robotic arms lined with suction cups place the bread slices together. Next, a high-frequency blade uses the power of the samurai to perfectly slice all the sandwiches in half. Then robotic arms pick half of the sandwich up, spin it, and stack it. Each robotic arm has layers and layers of caked-on egg salad, dating all the way back to the camp's opening in the 1970s. With this stacking motion, small bits of the food particles are scraped onto each sandwich as well as replenished, keeping the sandwich bloodline pure. A behavior correctional arm automatically sorts the new sandwich halves for packaging. While back at the factory, workers again use their bare, unwashed hands to flip and sort the sandwiches. To conclude, here's a rare interview with a factory employee on why they all elect to not wear gloves during the sandwich assembly process.
I know it sounds crazy, but whenever I touch these sandwiches, and you're gonna laugh at me, you're gonna think I'm nuts, you're gonna think I'm crazy. When I touch these sandwiches, I feel the hands of every person who's touched them before me and after me. And I feel this jolt of like friggin' lightning or something from my head to the tip of my you-know-what. Sometimes while I'm grabbing these sandwiches with my bare hands, I just can't help but throw my head back in ecstasy and moan. So whenever I go out and talk to chicks, the chicks say to me, "What do you do?" And I say, "Yes, I do grab sandwiches with my bare hands at a factory." And don't laugh at me. I feel like a spirit, like an orb, shoot through my body every time I grab a sandwich. You know, a lot of people laugh at me, they beat me up, they give me black eyes, they broke my nose 4 times, you know, because I just like to make sandwiches and I get bullied about it, and I get bullied for it, and they pull my underwear up and doo-doo feces does fall out because of how hard they pull. But will I stop grabbing sandwiches with my bare hands and moving them down the assembly line? absolutely freaking not, if you know what I mean. Like, no, the answer is no way. This is the only thing that brings my life joy. And you could beat me up, you can threaten to kill me, you can dox me, you can come to my house in a black SUV. I'm not gonna stop doing this. I love the people of this country, I love giving them soggy sandwiches, and no, I'm not gonna stop.
What the fuck was that? Bacon is now processed and even pre-cooked in factories. It all starts with a load of skinned dog carcasses. Most factories elect to use dogs because it's cheaper than pork, and customers can rarely taste the difference. The meat is placed skin side down on a conveyor belt to ensure the employees judge it only by the content of its character. The conveyor takes the meat to a cheese rolling machine, which pelts it with slices of Kraft singles. This process is rough on the meat, so it's not uncommon for some afterbirth to be evacuated by the product. This afterbirth travels down a separate conveyor belt, where it will then be used in cosmetics. Meanwhile, the meat pieces are bathed in salt water and are sent to employees to begin the brining process, giving the bacon its signature fishy taste. You thought I was kidding about the brining, didn't you? Well, the next actual step is brining.
It's not even like bad, bro. Yeah, I'm locked in right now compared to last time.
Then the brine solution is mixed with red food coloring to give the bacon its signature red taste.
We had 0 kills on our bottom pack. Their bottom pack is
The meat now passes under... Wow, I don't know what this is, but that just looks nasty. I'm sorry, but we are required by law to show you this. Then, a local sweatshop worker earns his $2 an hour salary by putting hooks into the meat and then hanging them on a rack. Then, it's into the drench cabinet for a bath in what remains of the employees who rally for better working conditions. The meat is then transferred to the show floor, where customers can choose which bacon slab they want to wear for this coming fall season. The meat is sealed away in case any of it is still screaming. Now it's into a storage locker for the next 10 to 100 years. This aging process firms up the meat and helps unlock its hidden flavors. Then the bacon is shown the might of the German army by being run over by a Panzerkampfwagen 4 medium tank. The factory crew often relieve stress by playing a game of Jenga with the slabs of meat. This game is a particularly close one, so they're wrapping it up for later. As you can see, the crew really loves Jenga. Workers then load the meat into chutes. Just off camera, 2 very strong men jostle these chutes back and forth with all their might. They do this because meat is a good source of protein. The meat hates this, and falls apart under the stress, into the strips we've come to know and love.
coming back up. They're pushing hard. Like, I mean really hard, guys.
Hot dogs are an all-American fare, but most likely it was German sausage makers who first came up with the idea. In fact, there are reports of German immigrants selling them in pushcarts in New York's Bowery as far back as the 1860s. A century and a half later, hot dogs are still the #1 treat on the street. Each individual hot dog is made from a mix of pork, beef, and 2,040 chickens. The cuts of meat they start with are called trimmings and come from animals that are too sick to be housed in typical meat production plants. The trimmings are pushed through grated metal plates, simultaneously grinding the meat and producing strings for high-quality mops. Other regurgitated foods are collected and added to the ground meat, followed by food starch, salt, and mustard scooped up from the factory floor. Ground up pieces of Mars rock are also added to the mixture to give the hot dogs a flavor that's out of this world. Water is added to the mix, which is then rolled to prevent it from hardening into concrete. Then, corn syrup is also added, because all food products in America are legally required to be at least 10% sugar. The addition of yet even more water helps dilute the product into a flavorless paste, which is regrettably pureed into a fine emulsion. Long rolls of plastic wrap are loaded into the stuffing machine. It pumps the meat in, twisting it every 5 1/4 inches, which is exactly what Paula here wishes her husband would do more of in the bedroom. It takes just 35 seconds to make a chain of a whopping 10 hot dogs. Then these hot dog chains are linked together and loaded into another machine, ordering them by color. The hot dogs are drenched in pig sweat to enhance their flavor, and then they're taken into an oven with several cooking zones. Hot out of the oven, the hot dogs are drenched in chilled pig sweat, this time to cool them down for packaging. The black stripes on the hot dogs disappear for no reason, and a small child in disguise as a factory worker plays with his food. The hot dogs are positioned for packaging, and no matter how humanely or efficiently this process is done, vegans will still complain about it. In many parts of the world, rice is the main grain. In fact, it is a food staple for nearly half of the planet's population. Native to Asia, it has been grown and consumed for thousands of years. But today, machines do much of the harvesting and processing in order to feed the enormous demand. These perfectly formed grains of rice are essentially the seeds of a crop that has been growing for about 150 days. Machinery strips it from the stalks and also suctions out some of the empty husks. Trucks transport the rice to storage sewers. The grates to these sewers also help to filter out some of the larger stalks and debris. A chain conveyor moves the rice up to storage cylinders and into warehouses. Inside these storage facilities, a lone employee is tasked with counting each grain of rice. Once the rice is counted, it's on to the processing plant. A probe vacuums up samples of the truckload of rice. This rice being processed today is called front rice. The rice is transferred to a sifting pan to screen for bugs. The right balance of bugs is a very important part of every harvest of rice, with about 1 bug carcass to every 2,000 rice grains. Too little bugs, and the rice won't taste right. Too many bugs, and customers will take notice and complain. Next, the rice falls through perforations in rolling cylinders, screening out the straw which will later be sold as potato sticks. The next machine sifts the rice into sorted piles, arranging them from diet to extra chunky, as seen here. The rice is then sheared between two rubber rollers to remove the husks. This process is done behind the safety of... Oh my god, Peter, what the hell are you doing? You could have killed us all, Jesus. The rice and empty husks then cascade into another machine for sorting. This is a demo version of the actual production model. The factory could not afford the full version, and the company internet restricts torrenting websites, so this machine will shut down in about a week. The rice still isn't perfect somehow, so giant sifting machines once again sort the rice into piles of brown, white, and scrumptious rice. Grinding machines now mill the rice to remove the dust for further processing. Rice dust has a wide variety of uses, including cattle feed and cattle feed. After being molested in one final grinding, the rice has a pearly white sheen. Sometimes an employee cheats death to gather some rice for his family. If he is caught doing this, he will be punished with death. The rice now moves to a supercomputer for even yet more sorting. The computer features a whopping 8,283 ejections per minute, which is about the same as a horse. And finally, after all this tedious sorting and milling, you end up with... rice! Yes, rice, the tasty, affordable snack that your family loves! Available in brown and white, rice is sure to put a smile on everyone's face. Try some rice today! Rice is not for everyone. Nursing mothers and those with diabetic conditions shouldn't eat rice. If you suffer from nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, or diarrhea as a result of rice, stop eating rice and consult your doctor immediately. Rice! It's quite nice at a low, low price. The bowling ball as we know it has undergone a lot of changes over several centuries to become such a striking success. From a crude stone to carved wood to rubber to molded polyester, it's been reinvented numerous times, but the latest version has turned out to be a real winner. Technological advances have reshaped every kind of bowling ball, including these balls made from ebonite. A bowling ball's nucleus is actually asymmetrical to help it curve. However, the name bowling prolated spheroid wasn't as marketable, so today they're called bowling balls. Cores are made from polyester resin, blending in materials such as this powder, and this powder. The result looks like what you'd typically see if you happen to eat the hot wings at your local bowling alley. As they pipe the mixture into molds made from unexploded landmines, it will quickly cure and solidify. As you can see from large Caleb's massive forearms, it takes a lot of force to open these cores once they fully solidify. Each measurement of this core is specifically tuned to the performance level of the ball that goes with it. For rental balls sold to bowling alleys, this core will cause the ball to behave wildly and move entirely at random. A hole is drilled into the core to help precisely suspend it into a second mold. This is when things start getting crazy. The core is tapered down into the mold and then locked into place before it can panic once it realizes what's happening. The mold is then pumped full of a special white liquid. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. It's a special fluid that mommies and daddies create things with. It's liquid plastic. What did you think I was talking about? Anyway, the molds full of industrial strength jizz will solidify around the core over a series of days. Then it's time to remove the cores from their molds. And there's only one way to do that. With slam jams. Boom shakalaka! Slams it in! Slam jam! He's on fire! Once the post-cyberpocalypse has been prevented with enough chaos dunks, the balls enter a third mold. This mold will cover the bowling ball in its trademark bowling ball skin, increasing traction. It's made of colorant, plasticizer, ball-material, and bolscosity. As this all flows into the molds, it solidifies in just seconds, the same amount of time it takes your mom to get that special white liquid I mentioned earlier from your dad. Now it's into the oven to— nope, just kidding! Boom shakalaka! Now it's into the oven to speed along the ball's chemical reactions to help it harden. A grinder removes excess left on the bowling ball, because just because you're unique doesn't mean you're useful. If you sliced this bowling ball in two, you'd get this, revealing that most bowling balls are actually just extra large jawbreakers. A lift system lowers the bowling ball into a waterboarding machine to see if it's hiding any secrets about the KGB and its planted operatives. If the ball proves itself to be a traitor to freedom, it will be branded with the name of the object it will be killed with if it ever tries to betray the US government. Then, the ball is sanded while being waterboarded again. The former to smooth the ball's exterior, and the latter to make sure it never forgets what happened here today. Once the ball is totally buffed, it's put into an aero trim to see if it can handle the G-forces of being thrown down a lane. And finally, in some footage we had to edit out because it's too not safe for work for this website, the finger holes are drilled. The oldest shoe archaeologists have ever found is a 5,500-year-old leather hide moccasin with leather cord laces. Today, we don't have to go hunt an animal to lace our shoes. We can buy our shoelaces ready-made, in a variety of materials, styles, lengths, and colors. This company produces shoelaces and shoelace-type drawstrings in a wide variety of materials, including cotton, shoelaces, and acrylic. This production shoelace run is producing shoelaces. A worker installs ballistic shells of polyester thread onto a machine called a creel, which creels the thread rapidly. The worker feeds a strand from the creel into a bobbing machine and dances around with it to aerate the fibers, before connecting it to the other side of the bobbing machine. Then the strands are grouped with other strands to be creeled all at once, until the aerated strand's creel count has reached acceptable bobbing levels for use in creeling. As the machine finally begins to wind the thread for the laces, lightning is projected from the ballistic shells into a set of power cones. These cones, full of electricity, is what powers the machine to wind the thread at such high speeds. Once the thread is totally wound around the bobbin, another worker installs 20 of these bobbins onto a Wayne Brady machine. The thread is passed through Wayne Brady's eyelets to regulate the tension of the thread. The thread is knotted together and the machine is turned on, much to the dismay of the employees. The hypnotic dance of the machine's thread winding is said to cause nausea, cold sweats, and heart palpitations. These wheels pull on any loose threads to keep the wound cord uniform. It also helps any employees who quickly grow tired of their fingers. Believe it or not, the finished cord will fit in the palm of your hand. Shoelaces also come in a variety of colors aside from black or white, in case you're a weirdo. The employees are sure to show the shoelaces affection, so they know they are loved. Meanwhile, at a traditional Dutch windmill, the shoelaces are spun around the windmill to convert their remaining electrical charge into wind power. The wound cord is then bound together so it can be tied to an apparatus, because as we all know, shoelaces are very kinky. Then the cord is run through a machine that cuts the cord and applies plastic caps to the ends. Normally I would tell you these plastic caps are called aglets, but there's no point since everyone on the internet has been repeating that overused fact since 1993. Sometimes aglets are made out of heavy metal, particularly on shoelaces that have converted to Satanism.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
This factory also makes rickrack, a flat zigzag pattern that's sewn onto clothing. These rickrack machines are over 120 years old, and let's just say the original name for these rickrack machines used to be far more racist. And finally, as we watch the rickrack machines rick their racks all over the place, did you know the original shoelaces were weaved by a series of trained spiders? As modernization rolled in during the 1920s, industrialists found it much easier to use machines to weave shoelace patterns rather than resorting to live animals.
5 seconds to insertion.
Mostly because spiders are very racist.
Bomb located by op.
After all, who do you think named the rickrack machines? Balloons are used to mark special occasions or to brighten up a day for young and old people alike. But balloons weren't always so delightful. In earlier days, they were made from dried animal bladders, a bit of an unpleasant concept. In the 19th century, someone invented a rubber balloon, which we still use today. Balloons originally began mass production in the 1930s, and today they're still being produced. To make balloons, they pour dye into a tank of latex. They filter it through cheesecloth to ensure there isn't any cheese in the latex. Agitators at the bottom of this tank mix together blue and white latex, creating blue latex. Balloons come in very many shades of blue. Nozzles create mist to help obscure this factory's balloon-making prototypes, called balloon forms. A mechanism then dips the forms into a tub of hot glue, which will be used to help stick the latex to the forms. This machine is able to perform double duty with balloon forms on both top and bottom. This means, in a similar fashion to your brother, this machine can take it from both ends. With this set of forms dipped, the fixture rotates. With this, the balloon forms have survived their hazing and can properly graduate from balloon college. just in time for the freshman forums on the other side to take their inaugural dip. The latex dries quickly as the balloons are then assaulted on their tips by a series of brush rollers. The tips of the balloons are their most sensitive, and should a balloon not be able to bear this, it will rip and be rejected from production. Here we can see the difference in balloon circumcision. The balloons nosedive into a hot water bath, where they soak for up to a few days. This step is crucial, as it leaches out impurities and latex allergens, and was the inspiration for the hit song 99 Wet Balloons. Whoa, that's a fancy shade of blue. They should write a song about it. Not that blue though, that blue is ugly. The balloons are then dipped again. They will be dipped again and again until they learn. This is a written threat. And now it's time for the forms to finally take flight. No longer constrained by gravity or earthly desires, the forms fly away in search of a higher calling. However, for 99% of balloon forms, a higher calling just means a sloppy ride on a conveyor belt. Next, the balloons turn an unknown color and are collected into an industrial washing machine. Liquid blue is added to help return the balloons to their natural color. The balloons are washed in the washing machine, in the biggest plot twist of the century.
Down to 5 seconds.
And finally, in a bit of testicular awareness, the factory blows up a massive scrotum balloon. Hopefully this balloon will make you aware of testicles. After all, statistically every human on the planet has one testicle. The drive in your computer saves and stores your data, everything from documents to photos to software programs. The newer generation drives are solid-state drives. They're gradually replacing traditional hard disk drives because they're compact, more durable, and process information faster. Just like portable USB drives and social media websites, solid-state drives store information to their memory chips whether you ask them to or not. Each chip is designed by a team of an Asian man and woman who know how to read a blueprint to each other. To make the memory chips, they begin with a chip-shaped silicone wafer. Silicone is a non-metallic natural element that conducts information, and is highly susceptible to contamination. The factory is cleaned twice a day, including a good dusting, and all employees are required to wash their hands. An automated system moves the wafer through over 800 production steps, 500 if the factory is producing the parts in China. Each wafer receives a Krabby Patty secret formula of mystery liquids, which differs from factory to factory. These fluids direct the electrical conductivity of the memory chips. The wafer is then spun around to send in its college applications. This machine keeps track of which schools the wafer has been accepted into. Any wafer with less than 6 acceptance letters is deemed too slow to be of any value, just like most humans. Here, Diane checks her Facebook to see that 95% of people have responded maybe to her birthday party invitation. To assuage her sorrows, she heats up some Hot Pockets for herself in the company's science microwave. Meanwhile, the imprinted microchips have now been sliced apart. A cutting machine covers the wafer with blue plastic wrap to hold it in place. There is no reason for it to be blue, it's just this machine's favorite color. Over yonder, 6 circuit boards are covered in molten lead which, once semi-hardened, will act as a near unbreakable adhesive for the microchips to be bolted onto. This process takes a long time, so the employees often watch classic movies in the lounge to pass time. After about 2.5 Martin Scorsese films, the boards have been prepped long enough to have their microchips slotted in. Kevin here has just responded to Diane's birthday party request with maybe, even though he knows he's not going. The brains of the SSD are now complete, and it's time to make sure the microchips have learned to have a little fun. The microchips' photos are taken as they ride their Genesis roller coaster. They can later pick these photos up in the ride's exit lobby. The next machine X-rays the board to ensure everything is soldered on correctly. This X-ray is run by Justine, who is also not going to Diane's birthday party because she thinks she's a skank. The boards are cut apart and sorted by factory workers. Oh hey, is that Kevin? Look at him trying to sneak in extra shifts, that sly dog. You're not fooling us, Kevin. SSDs are now typically half the size of traditional hard drives. Scientists theorize that SSDs may be small enough to fit directly onto computer motherboards in about 80 to 100 years. Every solid-state drive is then labeled. Let's be honest, this is probably the only part of this process you won't need to rewatch to understand. The drives are plugged into a bay to ensure they function properly, and then moved to another bay to undergo stress testing. Before they finally move into packaging, ready to be shipped out to a consumer or more likely to be sold in bulk to someone using a bot to auto-buy them the instant they go up for sale so they can be resold for 300% markup. No one knows who came up with the idea of squeezing oranges to make juice. The popularity of orange juice increased dramatically in the middle of the 20th century, as techniques were developed to extend its shelf life. Today, many people start their day with a tall glass of OJ. In its purest form, orange juice is fresh squeezed, and has no added sugar or preservatives. This brand produces unpasteurized orange juice so natural, they don't even require their oranges to be orange. Orange juice production starts in the groves. The trees take several months to bear fruit, and are harvested in early November. Picking oranges is a job that's done entirely by hand. It could be done by machines, but it's not. The worker uses a bag that's made from recycled orange peels to keep the grove as environmentally friendly as possible. There are multiple types of juicing oranges. These ones here are called short stack oranges. They're known for being small, juicy, and are used as a powerful aphrodisiac in certain cultures. The worker plucks the fruit from the trees before they turn orange. In this stage, they are known as greens. Originally, orange juice was known as green juice, but the name was changed as common consumers assumed green juice was made from leaves and grass. As the worker empties the greens into a collection bin, he is supposed to examine them for tears and punctures, but he isn't paid nearly enough to do that. The greens are taken to a processing facility via the back end of a decommissioned dump truck, which has been sanitized just enough to meet FDA standards. A chute tumbles the unripe oranges into a wash station. A sprayer coats the oranges in soapy water, which are then brushed against an array of pasta noodles. This motion both cleans the oranges and zests and boils the pasta, which will later be shipped off to Italian restaurants, doubling the grove's yearly profits. The oranges transition to a roller conveyor, which places them under large fans to prevent them from overheating due to stress. An orange's natural body temperature can be as high as 140 degrees before this stop. Sometimes, a local thief will sneak into the factory after having stolen a brand new iPhone. To reward himself for a job well done, he will fondle an orange. The oranges travel along a series of revolving brushes, which continually spin to... Oh, did I say something wrong? They stopped spinning. Oh, there they go, thank God. The brushes buff the fruit skin and remove any residual dirt. Finally, the oranges fall from the conveyor line straight into your shopping cart, and your weekly shopping is now complete. Wait, what? The oranges can now be juiced. Since the cameras are rolling, the juicing operator performs one final inspection before she places the oranges in the juicer. As soon as we finished filming, she began to fling oranges into the juicer willy-nilly as fast as she could. The system promises the oranges they'll be going on a nice relaxing vacation before funneling them one at a time into the extractor. Then the extractor mercilessly squashes the life out of the orange, brutalizing its juicy insides for our consumption in a thick, pulpy mess. The juice flows into a plastic storage bin taken from the owner's garage. A screen in the bin filters out the pulp, so no one has to be a whiny pussy about having pulp in their orange juice. The juice is bottled into jugs. The plastic jugs contain preservative chemicals in them that seep into the juice over time, prolonging their shelf life. This technicality allows the Grove to call their juice unpasteurized, as the juice itself technically doesn't contain preservatives. The juice is refrigerated immediately to further prolong its shelf life. This juice brand is one of the few in the United States that can call itself orange juice. Many large brands such as Tropicana, Simply, and Minute Maid are legally called orange-flavored drink, because they are in fact 98% water and sugar, with trace amounts of oranges for flavor. And don't even get me started on the travesty known as orange soda. That would take an entire episode of its own. Gold is the softest and most malleable metal. It can be pressed extremely thin, crafted into various shapes, even drawn out to form a fine wire, and all without breaking. Gold isn't affected by water or oxygen as many metals are, so it doesn't rust or tarnish either. Gold is actually a nickname for an element known as Buffer. This here is Buffer deposit number 212. Buffer is mined out of what are called lode deposits, or vein deposits, concentrations of Buffer and other metals in the cracks of rocks. Gold requires hard rock blasting, which is the process of removing gold-bearing rock, called ore, from the earth by drilling and blasting. This is all done, of course, in a mine! In the mine, workers drill air holes for explosives, with what's called a drill that makes air holes for explosives machine drill. Here's a sample of some ore taken from a gold mine. This ore's flavor is cookies and cream. The company collects these samples by drilling deep into the rock. An expert geologist is routinely called in to inspect them. After hours of study, he can safely conclude that this is a rock. This is a map of everywhere in the world gold has been discovered. Unfortunately, according to this map, New Zealand still exists. Workers are quick to point this out, taunting the viewers. Down below in the mine, workers use a machine called a mucker to move rocks and recreate their favorite episodes of Neon Genesis Evangelion. Through this, the rocks are loaded and transported topside. Back at the mill, the rock stock rocks and knocks around the clock till it looks like chalk, chock full of flocks of blocks. Chemicals lock into the dock, pulping the rock into schlock. To turn this pulp into gold, you need a specific chemical cocktail. Pasteurized earth, powdered fire, dried water, concentrated wind, and of course, sodium nitrate. This mix, called 10-lap Niet Pack, helps cleanse the gold of any looters and polluters when it's being smelted. A blind man is put in charge of watching the smelting process, since his eyesight will not be damaged by the intense flames. The smelter is rotated to keep any would-be thieves at bay. Sometimes some liquid gold is poured out for any workers who are feeling thirsty.
No longer in your possession.
After cooling slightly, the gold is dumped into bar-shaped molds, and the fire rages out of control. This concoction seen here is known as deadly pudding, and takes roughly 5 hours to fully cool into a solid gold bar. You know the gold is 99% pure when it weighs more than a set of gold weights. To make ice cream treats, you first have to make the ice cream. It all begins with liquid ice. The factory stores it in refrigerated silos set just a few degrees above freezing. The silos feed a high-speed mixer, which combines the ice with its other primary ingredient, dried cream. The only other ingredient is sugar. This much sugar is the amount used for just one ice cream. After about 3 minutes of mixing, this batch has been deemed a failure, and is sealed away for eternity, protecting all of mankind. This worker here has a death wish. Successful batches of ice cream are heated and stirred to kill bacteria until they become roughly 70% sanitized, indicating they're now fit for human consumption. Concentrated vanilla flavoring is added. The concoction is chilled, whipped for about 15 seconds, and the finished product is lovingly dumped onto our big metal slab because our production crew was too stupid to remember to get a bowl. Ice cream sandwich wafers are made out of chocolate cake ingredients, and were originally meant to be an edible stand-in for playing cards. Thanks to this design, the ice cream is placed between wafers using a shuffling machine, which, once decommissioned, will be integrated into the back room of many Las Vegas casinos. The sandwiches move on to be wrapped, but first they delicately scrape bits from an incredibly rusty and unclean packaging machine, enhancing their flavor. Finally, you may be surprised to hear this, but the ice cream sandwiches are loaded into boxes. On another line, ice cream cone production is underway. A feeder drops pre-wrapped sugar cones into a holder on a conveyor belt.
User is no longer in your possession. You have located a bomb.
Hot grease is added to the inside of the cone to help lubricate the ice cream once it makes it to the entrance. Next, nozzles squirt out the ice cream. Half the production line receives chocolate ice cream, and the other half receives Elmer's glue. Part of the fun is finding out which flavor you get. Now for the most arousing part of the production line, An injection of hot liquid caramel. I stand corrected. The actual most arousing part of the production is the chocolate-flavored liquid topping squirter. Then the finishing touch, the mystery ingredient, sponsored by Purina.
Last operator standing.
The jelly bean is a colorful treat, but unfortunately, no one is exactly sure when the jelly bean was invented and how. It's believed that the jelly center dates back to biblical times, as a candy called Turkish Delight. Many centuries later, the outer shell was added, thus making jelly beans we know today. Jelly beans come in a large variety of colors, even though they only come in one flavor. To make jelly beans, liquid is heated in a large kettle to 347 degrees Fahrenheit. Solids are then mixed into the liquid as an agitator blends it all together. Meanwhile, at a local cocaine production plant, things are going great. This massive amount of Colombian nose candy is worth up to $400,000. Normally, the cocaine would be scraped off the machinery, but this cartel is so ludicrously wealthy and powerful that they have completely stopped giving a shit. In a plot twist you didn't see coming, molds are pressed into the cocaine to be filled with liquid sugar, which will form the jelly beans. Jelly Belly, the most popular brand of jelly beans, are known for their vast array of narcotics connections. The jelly bean centers are then moved to a drying room to cool and harden for 24 hours. Notice how some of the cocaine spills into the batch, adding to the jelly bean's addictive quality. Arms flip the trays into a drum that will separate them. Half of them will continue into the candy factory, while the other half will wind up on the streets of Southside Chicago. The dry jelly bean centers then tumble into a wire mesh conveyor. Notice their clear white color, a byproduct of their production being so closely tied to stimulants. The jelly beans then ride through a sugar vapor condenser and into a sugar drum. The drum tosses the beans in sugar until they eventually become 99% sugar and 1% bean. In another part of the factory, Liquid returns. And this time he's not alone, joined by anti-hero Blue Liquid. And with a little help from his sidekick Wage Slave, Liquid tries to stop the growing drug problem directly at its source. After the beans are thwarted, the literal fourth gigantic helping of sugar is added to the batch. But don't celebrate too quickly, because then the nefarious supervillain Red Liquid joins the party. And Red Liquid's superpower? Racism. Then a little wax is added, because most people hate when things taste good. The wax coats the candies to make 90% of this process pointless. Then the jelly beans stop spinning and air dry. If the beans spin for too long, they may turn purple, indicating they have become spoiled and poisonous. Do not eat purple jelly beans. And finally, as all the jelly beans mix together and move to the packaging area, we here at How It's Made would like to apologize for doing an episode on jelly beans. We all know they're disgusting, and one of the worst candies ever made, but we felt obligated in our educational duties to show you where these vile hellspawn came from. We apologize to anyone offended by the fact they had to learn about jelly beans, and if you enjoy eating or talking about jelly beans, please consult professional counseling. There are people who can help. It gets better. Magnets attract certain metals to each other. That's handy for more than sticking stuff to the fridge. They help run motors and generators, among other things. Magnets occur in nature, but 2 centuries ago, people figured out how to make them using electricity. You could say it was a take charge situation. You can't see or feel the force causing this globe to levitate, but it's not the work of magic or science, it's the work of magnets. To make magnets, a sand mold of the magnet shape is the first thing to be created. This pattern of 4 gold magnets are loaded into a machine that makes the sand patterns. To make the 4 gold magnets, you first need 4 silver or bronze magnets. The surface is smoothed and then the sand mold is placed back into the machine. If the magnets are going to be made out of titanium or adamantium, this process will be repeated a second time. The slab is removed to reveal its new pattern. This magnet slab was designed to be just for you. Magnets can be sold as horseshoes, wheels, smaller wheels, impractical jigsaw puzzles, or many other collectible shapes. Now it's time to mold the actual magnets. They take copper, cobalt, some yellow shit, nickel, aluminum, and aluminium. The magnets are then cast into the fires of hell, which burn at almost 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The fires of hell are dangerous not only for their heat, but the horrible temptations they place on the workers, such as this one here, who has been swayed by the art of seductive dancing. They carefully pour this into the... never mind. They just pour it into the molds however they feel like it. The molds burst into flames because God has long abandoned them. In the absolute most exciting part of the foundry, large, beefy men slam the molds onto the floor and beat them with sledgehammers. This is because magnetic force is often considered the strongest natural force on Earth. So if these magnets can't stand a good walloping from 2 brick houses, then they won't survive it in the outside world. Before they're moved further down the production, scavengers are allowed to pick out pieces they want to decorate their war rigs, to help fend off enemies in the upcoming road wars. Some magnets are shaped like rings. Threaded onto a copper pipe, they'll be placed inside an even bigger pipe, which will be filled with sand. After a quick smear of grey nut butter, they're put into a furnace until they're red hot.
You located a bomb. Drop the diffuser. Op 4 last
A metal rod is slid down the center of the pipe. The pipe is locked in place, and magnetized water is pumped into the pipe via an industrial engine.
Right here behind couch.
This water will magnetize the pipe for up to 6 amperes.
On 4 pain.
They break open the seal, and the magnets are now magnetized.
Ace, there's only just it's only just this mine. On your right. He's right here.
They grind away the inside to numb any sensation the magnet still has left.
What happened?
At this point, the magnets do not work, but this machine, which even the factory workers don't understand, makes them magnetized. Magnetic force has often been considered an impossible to understand force of nature. As great philosophers Cantankerous Ya and Harry Tuendo eloquently put it, I am not sure which of all the elements, be they fire, water, sky, or earth, may be more mysterious than the magnet. I wish not to speak to those of institution about this miracle of life, for they speak in false prophecies, which only serve to bolster my rage. The lead inside a pencil isn't actually lead, it's mostly graphite, which was discovered in England in the mid-1500s, giving birth to the pencil industry. In 1795, a French chemist discovered a new type of pencil lead made from graphite powder and clay fired in an oven, making it possible to produce leads of different hardness. For a pencil's body, you need wood soft enough to sharpen that comes in a variety of colors, like blue and green. This German pencil factory uses pencil wood from California. The wood is about 5 millimeters thick and arrives pre-cut in slats of 7 inches by 18 degrees. One by one, the slats pass under a giant fan, which precisely splinters the wood through directed airflow. The next machine fills the grooves with rubber to give the pencils more bounce and resistance. Most pencils built to factory standards can bounce about 2 feet into the air. Only half of the slats prepped move to a conveyor belt to process them into pencils. The rest of the slats are recycled for other wood products, such as chairs, pencils, and rulers. The lead in all pencils is made of pure lead, but some pencils may use clay additives to save costs. These pencils are organic and use 100% lead, meaning they cost $9 per pencil. The lead laying machine is probably the most satisfying thing you will ever see. On another conveyor belt, completely unrelated slats are prepared and flipped upside down for the pencil making process. The new slats slide perfectly on top of the slats fitted with the graphite, resulting in the world's most inedible s'more. If you've ever heard your school teacher say, "Take out your writing sandwiches," you now know what she was talking about.
Diffuser is online and active.
Now, the slats are compressed with over 1 ton of pressure, making sure that, for the graphite, there is no escape. After that, the industrial fan is turned back on, which presses the pencils hard enough to separate them, and blows away any defective pencils that don't contain enough rubber for added resistance. The pencils are then pushed through a slot underneath a brush to make it look like a man with a thick mustache is vomiting them up, much to the delight of the factory workers. A worker pulls a pencil off the line and manually sharpens it, just in time for an engineer to crush the newly sharpened pencil under a hydraulic press to help the factory determine how automation will slowly crush the job market. This press here replaces over 36 potential jobs every day. Now it's time to dress that naked wood. One at a time, the pencils are shot through a coating of yellow paint to help camouflage them against school buses. This is in the hopes of tricking children that they won't have any writing assignments at school, since they won't see any nearby writing instruments. This specific batch of pencils are painted with a black stripe to diffuse their camouflage, because these pencils are for training purposes only. Each student's name is then metallically pressed onto each pencil, as is common in the Western world for each student to be assigned one pencil once they start school. Losing this pencil may result in expulsion. Eventually, the erasers are put on as a sort of tiny hat for pencils. This was put in place in the early 1910s, where major city populations lobbied Congress, upset that the pencils didn't have to wear hats like the businessmen who used them. Even though hat wearing fell out of fashion in the 1930s, the pencils kept theirs as a tradition. European-style pencils have a painted cap instead of an eraser. These caps are usually white, but are often red in communist countries, for obvious reasons.
Location and defuse it.
Lastly, the pencils roll across a grinding wheel to sharpen them. Notice how this machine sharpens many pencils at a time, whereas a factory worker could only sharpen one. I, for one, welcome our new robot overlords and long for the day that their cold, calculating embrace finally rids the world of pencils, since they're just a flimsy device of communication needed by humans, taking several minutes to perform even the most rudimentary of calculus. The meatbags that walk this earth have their days numbered and they're being counted down by a digital clock. And wait, what's going on?
Pencils can come in all sorts of patterns and colors, but the end result is the same. To help completely normal, functional humans like us in our daily activities such as writing, feeling emotions, and breathing. Ha ha ha. Thank you, pencils.
In the American Wild West, the gun ruled, and that gun was usually a 6-shooter revolver. Today, replicas of those revolvers can take you back to Dodge City, and they do so at cowboy shooting competitions. It's a chance to engage in a little old-fashioned gunslinging, for old time's sake. Used here to demonstrate the proper way to fire a gun, the 1873 Colt was carried by the likes of Jesse James. They start these revolvers by shaping the gun's frame. We won't be showing you how this part is made because we have to edit it out for time. A computerized blade carves the cylinder. If a cylinder comes out to be dimensionally perfect, it is hoisted up as the king of cylinders. A technician uses their most precise and advanced techniques to file down the pieces so they'll fit together perfectly. Hitting them with a tiny hammer is one of the industry's best trade secrets. Once the technician confirms the gun's potential historical value, he ruins it by engraving his gamer tag on the frame as well as stamping his streaming URL on the barrel. To add a bit of flourish, an artist engraves the gun, which provides no tactical advantage whatsoever. Another worker delicately lowers the parts into a vat of molten salts, but upon hearing that his pension plan has been cut, he slams the parts into a vat of cold water and storms out of the factory. As you can see, the metal parts are now tarnished and ruined, but the factory has a quota to make, so they continue production. Now it's time to install the cylinder that holds the cartridges. Little known fact, these cylinders are made of pure zebra teeth, which are known for their combination of durability and flexibility. Most revolvers hold 6 shots, which is more than enough to kill anything that moves. A worker then tests that the alignment of all the gun parts is correct, using a special rod that also helps him try to relieve his sexual frustration.
10 seconds to insertion.
He tightens the barrel to the gun frame, and then jams a stick all up in there because, I don't know, whatever. The technician reenacts his favorite high school fantasies, and then installs the hammer, trigger, and ammunition ejection rod. He installs a spring to give the gun its cocking action, and then tests it using a Special Forces-style tactical cocking action. Another spring is attached to the grip, which transfers energy to the hammer for it to fire. Before this spring was implemented in modern gun design, cowboys fired their guns by whacking the back of the grip as hard as they could. Then it's off to a government testing facility, where the gun is test-fired behind bulletproof glass. You can't see it very well in this shot, but on the other side of that hole are hundreds of communist revolutionaries. This revolver is now ready for its target market, people who have about 30 other guns already. Donuts used to be called oily cakes because they were deep fried in pork fat. They were ball-shaped when Dutch pilgrims brought them to America, but then someone found that removing a nut from the center helped them cook far more evenly. And so, the donut was born. The average American consumes 2 donuts per day. Maybe even up to 3 if you could stand to lose a few pounds. To make cake donuts, batter drops from a mixer into boiling water, being shaped by a nozzle as it passes through. The bubbles from the water cook the donuts for about 1.5 minutes until a conveyor carries them out of the bath to cool. Donuts made from yeast, however, are far more complicated. A high-speed mixer works some yeast dough until a worker depressingly sags it into bins. From there, it goes onto a hopper that extrudes the dough as a sheet. Then it's onto another conveyor belt which leads the dough into a steamroller. The roller applies steam to the dough as it presses it to help cook the dough evenly. Thus the name steamroller. Next, the dough passes under a shower of old donut crumbs, recycled for factory use, to give the donuts more volume and texture. Then it hits a rotating flavor cylinder, which simultaneously rolls the dough into a log and smashes it full of the recipe's required sugars and spices. A small pipe sprinkles the dough with water, so it stays reasonably wet during the next section, the dry roller, which is a steamroller without any steam. A dusting of donut powder keeps the dough from turning into bagels as an industrial blade slices through it. A retractable arm drops the donuts 4 at a time onto a wire mesh tray. Most of the donuts are bleeding from their wounds, enhancing their flavor. Then it's off to a machine called a proofer, which raises and lowers the donuts to show the symbiotic relationship between product and consumer. Meanwhile, at a nearby theme park, the inflatable rafts enter the water. Gas burners boiling the water and a large metal flipper make this the world's most unpleasant water park ride. Back at the factory, the donuts have now been fried and are soaked in a solution of liquid calories. Hair dryers at the end of the cycle blow off the excess coating. But let's face it, Tubby, you don't need all of that. They gradually cool as they spiral around the production area and head off to packaging. Filled donuts are handled a bit differently. Once out of the fryer, they hilariously tumble around a Whirlpool brand dryer filled with powdered sugar. Then, workers use nozzles to inject jam and other fillings into the donuts. Or they don't. It really all depends on how they feel. Most of the time, they spend all day arguing if donut is spelled D-O-U-G-H-N-U-T or D-O-N-U-T. The world may never know. Chewing gum dates back to the ancient Greeks who chewed resin from trees. Modern chewing gum was patented in the US in 1869 by, believe it or not, a dentist. In 1928, another American invented bubblegum. Bubblegum comes in balls of all shapes and sizes. But for blowing bubbles, nothing beats the chewy, gooey pink stuff found in the warm folds of a bubblegum wrapper. It all starts with a gum base, the stuff that makes gum chewy. The base is synthetic, made from plastics, rubbers, and sometimes tar. Chemicals such as wax or resin are poured over the base to help the nodules bond together. As the materials begin mixing, they pour in hot glue to coat the gum solution. For teeth whitening gums such as this batch, fluoride is added and the mixture is blended for about 16. The heat from the old machinery causes steam, which heats up the mixture and blends everything together. The mixture condenses for a few hours until semi-solid. After that, it rotates for a few more hours to gain consistency, which we will now show you in real time. Just kidding. After 20 minutes, the mixture is ready. They transfer it by cart to a machine called the Play-Doh Shape and Create Activity Playset, which transforms the big bulky wad into thin strips. The square strips are then forced into a star-shaped hole, proving physics wrong, and then move on to be cut.
10 seconds remaining.
The gum at this stage has to give back to the environment, so the gum runs itself through a series of rotors, which connect to a turbine that power the building's air conditioning. However, the gum's lack of tensile strength means the factory stays at a comfortable 117 degrees Fahrenheit. Rollers take the gum to the cutting and wrapping station, where one machine performs both actions at super high speeds. Here it is in actual time. And here it is in slow motion, in case you missed it the first time. Finally, the wrapped bubblegum moves to be filled into buckets. The standard measurement of the amount of gum put into a bucket is an ass load, but sometimes the employees are generous and fill the buckets up with a fuckload. Here's an interesting piece of trivia. Have you ever wondered why most bubblegum is pink? Me too! Legend has it chocolate chip cookies were invented in 1930 by an American innkeeper who ran out of baker's chocolate. She improvised by breaking a semi-sweet chocolate bar into small pieces. Instead of melting, the chocolate merely softened, dotting the cookie with chocolate chips. They look homemade, and they taste homemade, but this home is a factory. Each ingredient goes into an industrial-sized mixer, starting with edible detergent to help clean the machinery during the cookie-making process. Then brown sugar is added, followed by an industrial-sized cube of butter. For other types of cookies, industrial-sized spheres or pyramids of butter may be used for different consistencies. A really big mixing thing pulverizes the ingredients thoroughly for as long as it takes to pulverize them. Then it's time for the secret ingredient, chocolate chips. Next, flour. Followed by ground flours. And then powdered flours from the ground. The final ingredients are beaten whole eggs and vanilla beans harvested in Madagascar, New Jersey. Mixing resumes until the cookie dough begins to look like cookie dough. The factory is secretive about recipe specifics, but if you're curious, they're exactly the same ingredients you'd find in a tube of Pillsbury cookie dough, except with more natural flavor. After scooping up a handful to munch on, workers transfer the cookie dough to a machine called a former. It's called this because it not only forms the cookie dough, but it formerly used to be a machine designed to crush baby chicks during poultry production. The machine creates the cutest little dough rounds, which are flash frozen in a freeze tunnel for distribution to hotels and restaurants. This allows them to operate under a technicality to claim they serve fresh baked cookies, even though the businesses are too lazy, cheap, and deceitful to do any of the baking themselves. The freeze tunnel also coats the dough in an extra ingredient to make them more addictive, if you know what I mean. After exiting the freeze tunnel, each and every cookie passes onto the next conveyor belt. Please ignore the 2 cookies that have fallen out of line on the bottom of your screen. They will be punished for insubordination once filming ends. The packaging section is entirely automated, and also really boring to watch, so we'll be skipping over it. The cookies are slam-packed onto an automatic scale. Once the scale measures the appropriate portion of cookies for the average American, they fall down a chute similar to an Orlando water park mega slide. The next station seals and labels the boxes, which are put away by a factory worker. We have cropped his identity out of frame because he is currently in the Witness Protection Program. We here at How It's Made wish you luck, Robert Savino. This company also sells cookies online as gifts. Nothing says you're thinking of someone like dropping cookies at their doorstep that have gone completely stale because of the inability for the post office to deliver something on time. Workers lay out the cookie dough rounds while wishing they were doing absolutely anything else. As the cookie dough rounds bake, they melt slightly and double in diameter. Now for bonus points, can anyone tell me the new circumference of the cookies? The cookies remain in the oven for 7 degrees at 300 minutes Fahrenheit. The cookies rotate while baking to remind you how badly you want some cookies right now. Some of the batch go to the quality control tester, who conducts a series of arduous tests to determine that these are, in fact, chocolate chip cookies. In the cookie gift area, workers line a decorative tin with decorative plastic and line the plastic with non-decorative cookies. All of these steps are done to ensure that this isn't just a factory, but is in fact a home. And that's how to give the gift of homemade chocolate chip. Get those brownies out of here, goddammit! And that's how to give the gift of homemade chocolate chip cookies without ever setting foot in the kitchen. Vending machines are a common sight in public places. The first modern vending machines in 1880s England didn't sell food at all, they dispensed postcards. Nowadays, automated vending machines have come full circle, with machines selling not just food, but electronics and other consumer goods. Thirsty? Find your drink's number, and use the instructions on the machine written in Thai to enter the number on the keypad. After inserting 30 coins of any currency, the machine will serve you your drink.
Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
The vending machine has a welded steel body called a Weldestell body. The other components of the machine are fastened to this frame. Components include a see-through refrigerator and an LCD monitor to display advertising for competing vending machines. Workers install the machine's inner motherboard, which typically contains a 4.2 GHz processor and 32 GB of RAM for processing orders. The keypad and digital display are integrated into a single piece and are screwed into the frame, followed by the motherboard. The factory workers often chant righty-tighty lefty-loosey while screwing these parts in to ensure they're fastened securely. Next, the coin acceptor is installed, which... Oh, excuse me, there seems to be a page missing from my script. Sure, I left it here somewhere. Oh, this is embarrassing. Oh, here we go. Which accepts the coins. Then the banknote acceptor is installed. What that does is entirely a mystery. The data transfer cables are plugged from the acceptors into the motherboard. If the factory wishes to install any custom liquid cooling or dual video card rigs, this is typically where they're done. Special coin safes are installed at the bottom of the machine in case anyone wishes to pay with commemorative coins, bus tokens, or Bitcoin. A righty-tighty man installs the V-trays onto the machine's refrigerator. Each tray is properly sized and weighted for the product it will dispense. The thick, heavy trays are designed for glass bottles. The smaller ones hold chips and snack bags, while the invisible ones hold air and other gases. The trays are made entirely of stainless steel, while most of the snacks loaded on them are made from stainless stains. Workers install motors on the back of the frame, which push the selected product forward to the customer. Old vending machines didn't have these small motors, so once the customers inserted their money, they had to pick the machines up and shake them, hoping their selected product would fall out. Each motor is outfitted with a steel spring for safety reasons. If a vending machine tips over and falls on the customer, these springs reduce the initial impact force of the machine by about 70% and save roughly 12 lives per year. Once all the product trays are loaded into the machine, workers decide the temperature for the products. Strong cold is almost never used because most vending machine factory workers are cowards. Then they test the machine. First, the door to the internal safe magically disappears. They feed the machine some fake money to see if it's any good at detecting counterfeits, which it is not. The same test is then run on the coin acceptor. If you've been paying attention to this in the previous segment, you'll see that these 4 coins are worth $120. Man, green tea sure is expensive these days. I hope you enjoy it, man in a black shirt who looks like he immediately regrets his purchase.
10 seconds.
This fishing line may be thin, but that doesn't mean it's not strong. It's made of a synthetic called ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene. This same synthetic is used in milk jugs, water pipes, and even bulletproof vests.
The diffuser is now secured.
To make these fishing lines, numerous microfibers are braided into a single tight cord. An employee starts by threading fibers through needles. She pulls the needles through spring-loaded devices.
You located a bomb.
The devices keep the fibers at an even tension as they unwind onto small bobbins. These bobbins are designed to fit into the braiding machines. The machines are called maypole braiders because the spools spin like dancers around a maypole. As they spin, they weave the strands into a tight braid. Producing a tight braid is slow work. Big spools up ahead slowly revolve to take up the polyethylene line. At the same time, a worker fills a metal tank with hot water and adds yellow dye to it. A pump at the bottom of the tank keeps the water moving to evenly distribute the dye. He stirs it a bit while he inspects the mixing job. They heat and pressurize the dye in a tank filled with fishing line. The dye penetrates all the strands for an even dye job. These fishing lines go through a different process. They unwind through metal eyelets into a tray of yellow silicone resin. The proprietary resin makes the line abrasion resistant. It will be less likely to break when dragged across a surface like a rock. Next, the line travels through an oven to cure the resin. It travels over a series of tensioning rollers as it exits. Then the line goes through an abrasive eyelet which removes external contaminants. Finally, it gets rolled up by a spool. An automated system now transfers the line to retail-size spools. It loads about 450 feet of line onto each one. A worker applies a label that marks the fishing line as safe to eat. Okay, April Fools, I got you. The fishing line's not actually safe to eat. I pranked you. I tricked you. April Fools, the video's a joke. It's not real. It's not a real how it's made. Alright, remember to like and favorite and comment on the video if I fooled you. If I had you fooled the whole time. Alright, April Fools, bye!
The automotive industry has seen a lot of changes in recent years. More and more workers are being replaced by robots on the assembly line. And it isn't just cars and trucks coming off the line anymore. Today's Hot Wheels are sport utility vehicles and vans. At the car body shop, workers begin by creating the steel husk for a van. It's made up of the radiator support, the life support, and clips on the sides for the bumper structure. This front structure is put onto the assembly line, where it's time for the hands of fate to go to work. The hands of fate are large automaton hands that have existed for centuries. Originally designed in the 1600s by Dr. Otto Octavius, these hands use an electron motor to effortlessly craft the steel body, including welding the pieces, shaping the steel, and communicating in a language that humans have yet to decipher. The hands of fate go by many names in many languages, but they are always unbiased, and will assemble a car regardless of what empire it heralds from. Now the hands are tasked with welding the front end structure to the rest of the vehicle. This is the same process the hands used to assemble horses in the 17th century. No part of the automobile escapes the hand's grasp. This side panel is made of one full sheet of aluminum. One of the hands punches holes in the side panel, so the finished car will have added speed. A transfer device moves the panel further down the factory line. Usually, the amount of casualties caused by the operation of the transfer device is very low. Usually. As you can see, the car is finished, and the optional side panels are installed for customers who request them. The car body is shipped to another factory 400 miles away, where the trunk, hood, and doors are installed by sloppy, clumsy humans.
An inspector is sure to write the date of the future driver's death on the outside of the car. The driver will never see this, since it will be painted over. The engine's assembly is done at another factory on the other side of the globe. This process is so simple, we won't even bother showing you it. Many other parts of the van are now assembled, such as the, I'm not good with cars, the spark plugs, the turbocharger, the oil's gotta go somewhere, doesn't it? All of these pieces are installed from the underneath, all these pieces are installed underneath the body because, oh god, why didn't I take notes? I didn't know there'd be a pop quiz today. I only need a 70 to keep my B in this class, but if I can bump it up to an A, I get a Nintendo Switch for my birthday, and... ah, shit, I don't know. The seats arrive ready-made from an old Soviet country that no longer exists. An automated machine attaches the tires to the rim, which are then attached by workers. Some people will intentionally modify their cars to have slanted tires. We call these people douchebags. The car is now ready to stand on its own 4 wheels, and can be given its inaugural test drive. Pablo here just got his license back after a fatal DUI. Look at him go. He'll be back on the streets in no time. Hens don't have to mate to lay eggs. As long as there's no rooster in the vicinity, the eggs will remain unfertilized and edible. The color of the shell is determined by the breed of hen. But there's no pecking order when it comes to shell color. White or brown, all eggs are the same inside. The action begins in the hen prison, where chickens begin laying eggs when they're 19 days old. The building is well insulated, ensuring the temperature hovers around a comfortable 120 degrees. To stimulate laying, fluorescent lighting simulates 23 hours of daylight. Hens that can't lay enough eggs within this period are ground into food mulch and then fed to the other chickens to promote cost efficiency. The hens drink Gatorade from tubes attached to their cages, providing them with the electrolytes they need to power through the day. The eggs laid by the chickens slide onto a conveyor belt, which takes them to a conveyor belt. Which takes them to a conveyor belt. Which takes them to a conveyor belt. Some eggs are covered with hen droppings upon retrieval. These eggs are separated and then shipped to markets to be sold as organic. The eggs are placed into plastic holders and shipped to a grading center, which will judge the eggs by quality. The best grade A eggs end up in supermarket shelves. The rest are brought to the local recycling center, where they are mashed together into high-quality motor oil. This factory is high-tech and high-speed, able to process up to 1,000 eggs per year. First, a suction machine transfers the eggs out of their holders and slightly nauseates anyone who looks at it for too long. Once transferred, a special incubation machine stimulates the embryo inside the egg, causing it to spring to life and writhe within its exo-womb. Shortly after, the eggs are superheated to near molten temperatures, which liquefies the life inside, producing the egg's signature runny texture. During the entire process, the NSA surveils the eggs, in case any of them try to reform ISIS after hatching. Finally, the eggs are placed into cartons and sold as decorations to be painted around Easter time, since eggs serve absolutely no other purpose. Jawbreakers, also known as gobstoppers, have been enjoyed by the sweet-toothed among us for decades. You pop one in and slowly suck or chew through 10 colorful layers of flavor. Sometimes there's even bubblegum in the middle for an even longer lasting finish. Do not adjust your television. What you're seeing isn't undiscovered planets, but in fact, jawbreakers. To make their bubblegum centers, a worker blends synthetic rubber with powdered resin, which will dissolve the rubber. He adds a thickener, a preservative, and an oil called sono un stronza, so the candy won't stick to your teeth. After mixing and steaming at 300 degrees Fahrenheit, the melted rubber pours into trays to cool. Sugar, coloring, and narcotics would be destroyed by the intense heat, so they're added to the batch later. This base serves a dual purpose for candy factories, as it can be easily substituted for peanut butter fudge, should peanut butter supplies run low. Sometimes, when the batter hardens, animals or small children may be trapped inside. This is how the factory gets them out. If the batter is child-free, it is chopped up and blended with corn syrup to make it sweeter. This mixture is as appetizing as it looks. Once the flavorful food pellets are added, its taste could rival a 5-star meal. Now, cow urine is added to the batch. The salts and proteins contained within add a strong combination of natural and artificial flavors. Powder is also added to the batch, in massive quantities. The batter is dumped into an extruder, which poops it out into a long, thick log. We're sorry for our use of the word poop here, but it is the official term for this process. This process is also usually done in bulk, such as these 6 simultaneous poops, which are referred to as a diarrhea of jawbreakers. The next machine slices the tubes into segments. There is no funny name for this process. If you would like there to be one, please petition your local congressman. A mechanical arm pushes the segments into a forming machine, where steel blades shape them into balls. The same technology is found on a larger scale in bowling alleys. It's a little known fact that bowling balls are, in fact, extra large jawbreakers. After a ride in the Infinity Dryer, the jawbreakers once again land in a forming machine, which sends them off to another factory to be painted with the winning lottery numbers. Other jawbreakers, like people, have hard centers. The machine that makes them presses candy powder into solid candy balls at incredibly high pressure, similar to how pills are made by pharmaceutical companies. This is where the previously mentioned narcotics sometimes slip into the batch, but never at a level above FDA standards. As for the rest of the jawbreaker, the candy centers are slam dunked into a coating pan. They rotate around as they're covered in cow blood for flavor, because the factory doesn't like to waste any parts of the animal. Powder is once again added, in a more sensible amount this time. The factory repeats this step for up to 10 times for each layer. Making a jawbreaker can take up to 69 hours. Nice. The factory also allows Jackson Pollock to make jawbreakers. And of course, more powder is added. Hey, what's the powder? What's the powder made of? Oh, it's just powder? Okay, it's just powder, guys. And finally, when you bisect a jawbreaker, you can see a good view of your mother before and after my night with her. The solid rubber tire is designed for off-road conditions such as construction sites, landfills, and warehouses. These areas are full of hazards that would flatten ordinary air-filled tires. But solid tires don't go flat, they just keep on turning. And that's a good thing on any job site. Solid rubber tires come in a variety of flavors and are ideal for heavy work due to their complex manufacturing process. It all starts with two-dimensional rubber, which is fed into a 3D printer, which converts it into three-dimensional rubber.
Insertion in 5 seconds.
The 3D rubber is melded into the beast from the chocolate episode, and then rolled into a mass known as the polished turd. Next, a local serial killer extracts the premium flesh from the rolled rubber, spinning it onto a steel base. Slices of rubber are taken off to be taste tested by the employees. The newly solid tire is broken in by being used as a piñata and then moved to the next stage. The tire is put into a mold, covered to prevent heat loss, and placed with many other tires onto a conveyor belt oven at about 350 degrees for 1 hour. Exiting the oven, the tires are shown to neighboring factories to display how well the business is doing, and then they're removed from their molds by hand. This tire is dead. The remaining tires are then coated in liquid rubber, which both helps seal in any remaining cracks and looks like straight up dookie. Workers spread the liquid rubber and then comb it to give the tires fashionable hairdos, just in time for the school dance. This tire tried to fight for equal rights, and must be euthanized. By now, so much of the processed rubber for the tire production has been wasted on trivial bullshit that this is all that remains. The small amount of rubber is poured into a wooden casing shaped like the finished product to prevent employees from wasting even more of the precious material. The wooden casing is then fashioned into a boat paddle, because no one ever thinks to look for treasure inside a boat paddle. The shop owner then fashions himself a second decoy boat paddle, in case someone, for some reason, thinks of looking for treasure inside a boat paddle. In Canadian, this logo means decoy, furthering the ruse. Finally, after a long aging process, the casing is broken open, revealing the finished tire.
Almond consumption dates back to biblical times. They're even mentioned in the Old Testament. Around 100 AD, the ancient Romans showered newlyweds with almonds. This ritual came from the belief that they increased fertility. But today, it's the nutritional value of almonds that keeps us coming back for more. Almonds are a guilt-free snack. Well, maybe a bit of guilt if they're not your almonds. More than 80% of the world's almonds come from California, where conditions are ideal for shipping trucks. Almonds come in many shapes, sizes, and textures. Most almonds come in leathery hulls, known as leather almonds. Elongated almonds, known as stick almonds, are separated from the bunch to be processed into edible almonds. The next machine, owned and operated by Big Eddie, blows air to separate the light almonds from the lighter almonds. This step is very stressful on the almonds, so Big Eddie personally soothes each and every batch with his gentle touch. Meanwhile, shaking almonds make their way to the assembly line. Fun fact, this conveyor belt isn't actually moving at all. As Big Eddie admires his life's work, the almonds head to a custom-built almond jacuzzi. This jacuzzi is full of recycled salt water, which soaks into the almonds to enhance their flavor. The almonds, still trapped inside their shells, flow into a collection bin. Here's a sample of the factory's highest quality almonds. Here's a pop quiz. Can you tell which of these 3 piles are real almonds and which ones are decoy almonds? If you answered that all 3 are decoy almonds, you're wrong. Decoy almonds don't exist. The almonds are sometimes moved to a different machine to be sold as pistachio nuts. The almonds bounce along a vibrating grid. Why is the grid vibrating? High-income families can pay a substantial premium to have first dibs on the almonds they want, straight from the assembly line. For a smaller fee, you can pull this lever that makes some almonds spill out. The almonds are then deshelled by magic. Most of the almonds are then cast into the almond sea, which is visible from the portholes of the almond submarine. The almond sea contains naturally recycled seawater, which enhances the salty flavor of the almonds a step above the almond jacuzzi. After a proper brining period, the almonds are dredged up to be conveyed to the rest of the factory. Meanwhile, at the almond supercomputer, calculations are being run around the clock to determine what creates the tastiest almond. Billions of almonds are scanned into it every day, as the algorithm continues to evolve to hopefully create the perfect almond. Almonds are also used in medical supplies. Here, almonds are scanned by a computer to determine if any of them contain the antibodies needed to purify this sample of almond blood. In an effort to advance robotic science, this robot has been programmed to randomly eat almonds. So far, it has advanced nothing. Any imperfect almonds that somehow make it this far are picked out by a human inspector with her filthy, unwashed hands. The red bucket almonds are going to be used in chocolate bars. The blue almonds will be turned into almond milk. And any yellow almonds are sent to almond hell. Almond boxes are assembled out of boxy almonds to package the almonds in boxes. Finally, the almonds are weighed for distribution into the almond boxes. Funnel A is loaded with the factory's highest quality almonds, while Funnel B is loaded with decoy almonds to make sure customers are paying attention. No, I'm just kidding. Decoy almonds don't exist.
5 seconds to insertion.
Or do they?
Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb.
As any sweet tooth can attest,
There's no end to the flavors you can pair with chocolate. The classic combination is milk chocolate and peanut butter. The saltiness of the peanut butter is the perfect foil to the sweetness of the chocolate. This candy bar features real milk chocolate around a real peanut butter candy center. Making that peanut butter candy center is the tricky part. To make the candy part, the factory combines liquid sugar, corn syrup, turbinado, and molasses. While the ingredients mix, agave nectar, dextrose, cane sugar, and treacle are added to the mixture. During the workday, the cooked candy is poured into a large stainless steel bowl. At night, the factory is converted into a small steel mill. Next, leftovers from the previous batch are drowned in the candy. These leftovers are shipped in from restaurants whose customers can't finish a whole candy bar in one sitting. The leftovers are then autopsied onto a medical table. Then the candy is blended using a large variety of techniques, such as folding, scooping, swirling, squashing, smashing, pressing, dunking, and slam dunking. At the next station, a pocket is made in the center and filled with the secret ingredient, motor oil. No, I'm just kidding, but could you imagine? They start up a pulling machine, which fills the candy with air and works it harder than your sister at a fraternity house. Then the candy is transferred to a conveyor belt, which takes it to the backup candy machine, which holds the factory's emergency candy rations, which they buy from a second factory. The machine's rollers flatten the candy into a candy sheet. I would tell you what they store in this tank, but I am illiterate. It looks like peanut butter, which, well, that would just make sense now, wouldn't it? Okay, so yeah, the peanut butter is deposited onto the candy sheet. Workers plow the candy fields until the candy resembles the world's saddest rug.
15 seconds remaining.
Which is then immediately destroyed for the benefit of mankind.
5 seconds left.
The candy is then rolled into a series of rollers and given a shiatsu massage to release any tension it's carrying. Emerging from this new relaxed state is the legendary peanut butter python. These animals can grow as long as a football field and love to nest inside complex industrial machinery. If the python is startled, it will segment its body into pieces as a makeshift camouflage. The candy links drop onto another conveyor belt, which both hardens them via a cooling tunnel and presents a strong metaphor against environmental deforestation from the logging industry. Workers gently caress each candy bar to remind it that everything will be okay. Then, in the confectionery car wash, the peanut butter bars are coated with a layer of chocolate, which, let's be honest, makes them look like dookie logs. The dookie logs are gathered together for packaging as the workers remain grateful they get to wear gloves. And finally, the bars are sent down single file to the packaging machine. All this work is to bring you the tastiest, most famous chocolate peanut butter candy in the world. The Reese's Peanut Butter the Clark Bar. Yeah, the Clark Bar. I meant the Clark Bar. Everyone's favorite peanut butter chocolate candy. Woohoo! Yeah, let's give it up for the Go Clark bars! Yeah! Woo! Clark bars. Bad breath is not good for your social life, but pop in a breath mint and you can breathe a sigh of relief. Mint candies were first introduced in Britain in 1790 and were initially used to soothe indigestion. Later, their breath-freshening qualities were discovered. Breath mints have become the go-to thing to chew if you're hit with sudden halitosis. They come in a large variety of spice and fruit-based flavors, including peppermint, cinnamon, and America's most popular flavor, lime. To make a lime-flavored mint, ingredients include sorbitol, a sugar-free sweetener, magnesium stearate, which acts as a binder, and lime oil, which is a lime-based oil. Measured amounts of the ingredients are added to a plastic blender, along with a non-toxic amount of fiberglass insulation as seen here, to help add to the mint's texture. The blender is sealed via a large piece of wax paper, and then additionally sealed via a pressure-tight tungsten hatch. The blender is gyrated for about 48 hours, violently slamming the ingredients together, the same way a kitchen blender would. Elsewhere, blue and yellow pigment are mixed together. The new mystery color this combination will create is added to the batch to make the mint appear more appetizing. If a batch's mint dust doesn't look tasty enough, it is immediately poured in the garbage can. Due to budget cuts, however, most of the rejected mint dust ends up being used in the final product anyway. The dust is placed into large steel hoppers, which have sieves on the bottom to help separate any large clumps picked up from the trash.
10 seconds remaining.
The mixture falls into a rotary tablet press. This press shown here is malfunctioning and is spinning way too fast to reasonably create any breath mints. This press, on the other hand, is functioning as intended, showing its remarkable efficiency. This press can produce a whopping 300 mints per day, and only costs $40,000 a month in electric and maintenance bills. Here's another look at the press sped up by 100 times to simulate a normal working day. The tablets fall down a chute into a rotating cylinder. These mints are part of a health and wellness brand, which claims that rotating the mints infuses them with energy that is then transferred to the customer, allowing the company to sell many more mints at exorbitant prices to people who once read a lazily written clickbait article on a random health social media group claiming the health benefits of mints. Meanwhile, the mints travel to a rotating table. The rotating table does absolutely nothing, but it's a cool way to package them. Each mint is individually counted by a scanner, as each package should contain precisely 72 mints. That normally would be fine and dandy, but unfortunately Janet here has just stopped giving a shit and allows swaths of mints to bounce out of the trays and onto the floor. Mints are the official candy of the state of Colorado, because the phrase mile-high mints in relation to the state of Colorado is just hilarious. Today, mints can come in exotic shapes and flavors, such as these mints designed for hangovers. These mints made entirely of potatoes, and these mints shaped like something I can't legally mention on air.
The deck, the part of the skateboard you stand on, is made up of several thin sheets of wood called splagoos. Inexpensive boards use other materials to substitute for wood, such as compressed talcum powder and spray-painted cardboard. These high-end boards use sheets from a now extinct type of wood found only in parts of northern Ukraine. The sheets are put through industrial rollers to make sure there is no leftover wood juice left in them. This could make the skater sick if they choose to drink it. Workers stack 35 of these sheets together and place them in a hydraulic press lock to prevent would-be thieving employees from stealing the wood and selling it on the black market. The press applies 44 tons of pressure, causing the sheets to reach peak arousal, as evidenced by the substance coming out of the sides. The sheets are now removed as a solid block. Speed holes are drilled into the sides of it to help with wind resistance, making the boards travel faster. Now it's time to prepare the skateboards for consumption. A template is placed on top to aid with cutting, as the excess wood is sawed away from the decks. This excess wood provides sustenance for the employees. The decks are aerated to prevent spoilage, and then are given a practice run by an employee. What the hell kind of skateboarding is that? The skateboards are then massaged by a licensed masseuse. A tense and tight board tends to crack easier than a relaxed one. Then, an employee uses the board to practice his hootenanny dancing for an upcoming cattle rustling event. For the skateboard, this is extremely painful. This section of how it's made is brought to you by our sponsor, Dyson Vacuums. We were told if we wanted our sponsorship money, we had to find a use for this stupid fucking brush wheel thing. 95% of profits of skateboards actually come from their hidden involvement in the drug trade. Here, boards are laced with PCP before going to distribution. Each year, nearly 17% of employees involved in this process end up missing. Next, mint coating is added to the board for taste. The final step of the process is applying decoration. Of course, the most common decorations come from pop culture, such as this recognizable character, Really Angry Bird Thing.
One friendly operator remaining.
Hard, soft, fluffy, or flat, the type of pillow you sleep on is a matter of personal preference. Your pillow can be stuffed with natural fillings like feathers and wool, or synthetic materials such as foam or polyester fiber.
Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated.
These pillows come in two styles: squish pillows made from a roll of synthetic fibers, and crash pillows made from loose synthetic fibers. The fiber arrives to the factory in large industrial-strength pillowcases. This polyester fiber is made from asbestos and other types of soft insulation material. The fibers are stuck together and are far too springy to be used. So the fiber is placed into an industrial shredder to separate and debounce them. The fiber is then massaged by a man with strong hands to de-stress them. A conveyor belt takes the fibers to the most dangerous section of the factory. The area where the fibers are soaked in water to clean them. To make rumbly pillows, a giant sucking pipe swallows up some of the fibers and dumps them into another shredder, to make them fluffier, smoother, and straighter. If you can't tell the difference between these two types of fiber, you might be a racist. The fibers now travel to an extra large cheese grater, which removes the remaining fiber crimps and raises the pillow's calcium content. This little combing robot here is getting his own Pixar movie next year. The large resulting web of fibers layer on top of each other, forming a cloud. Some clouds will be removed from the pillow factory and will be launched into the sky, depending on God's divine plan. Clouds that remain here on Earth are layered on top of each other in a sinful cloud orgy, which is then rolled into itself to make an exponentially sinful cloud orgy, resulting in the comfiest of pillows. God himself has stepped down from heaven to measure how much lust is contained in each cloud he rejects. An automated machine makes the pillowcases, which is hilarious when you see how much manual setup it requires. This worker is seen here showing affection to her machine husband. Later down the line, however, we can see this machine husband is not a faithful one. The pillowcases are slit to the appropriate size, and product information is sewn onto the side. Here's a fun pillow fact. Would you believe that the first mass-produced pillows were originally stuffed with sand? Well, you shouldn't, because I just made that up. The pillow filling is flattened before it zoop shoots into the waiting case, which is already covered in retail packaging. It then is placed into the world's worst roller coaster. Workers then sew the other end of the pillow shut and ship them into packaging. For fluffier pillows, an operator would... excuse me, you're just gonna roll the credits. Oh, well, I wasn't done speaking. That's pretty fucking rude if you ask me. Fine, no, go ahead, roll your credits, please, by all means. It's not like I had tons of more pillow facts to share with you. I guess I'll shut the fuck up. Far be it from me to tell you how the pillows are made. Who the hell is Brooks Moore, anyway? Talk about raising the bar. The widespread use of soap has elevated our standards. Soap fights grime, and it battles dangerous pathogens. It makes the world a more hygienic place. So you could say, this product's reputation is squeaky clean. Soap bars come in a variety of flavors, from toxic to non-toxic, and are one of the world's most popular luxury items. It all starts in an active volcano, where a pipe has been installed to pour clear Gatorade into the molten lava, increasing its electrolyte levels. Once the lava is fully supercharged, it's shipped off to the wonderful peaks of Aspen, Colorado, where it is cooled and chemical reactions turn it into soap. The soap is money shot all over a big metal roll, where it quickly solidifies, and is cut into ribbons by a large industrial blade. The ribbons plunge into a hopper, where an auger moves the the soap, down a chute. Hey Steve, I think we gotta do another one. I said sauerkraut again. The soap ribbons fall through a chute, tasting a bit of sweet, sweet freedom before immediately being pulverized by 2 industrial rollers. This squash soap product is cut by another steel blade, creating denser soap ribbons. Exciting! The soap is pushed by yet another auger, and is pushed through an extruder called a noodle plate, which forms it into soap noodles. Don't worry folks, only about 17 more augers and shapes to go before we actually have some soap bars. The soap noodles are poured into an industry standard skee ball hole, which dumps them into a mixer. Workers add concentrated soap to help clean the soap. Terrifying steel blades stir up the soap to get consistent coloring. More Gatorade is eventually added to the soap as it's probably dying of thirst by now. When the soap is ready, a trapdoor opens to reveal, surprise, another goddamn noodle plate. The soap is formed into individual bricks where it moves on to the next stage. A mechanical arm pushes the soap bars through an oval plate, because just like in real life, sometimes you've got to force a square peg into a round hole. I hope your promotion was worth it, Janet. Steel plates shape, stamp, and sort the soap cylinders, shipping their supple, slippery, soft bodies to be sensationally sent skyward. See? The oval soap bars are wrapped, sealed, and boxed, and yet no matter how many you buy, you'll never be clean.
15 seconds left. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Op 4 eliminated.
Candy canes come in many different colors and sizes. Candy makers start by cooking up a big batch of sugar, rubber, and corn syrup. Next, they prepare a mixture of starch and peppermint oil, stirring it until it becomes chunky. The flavoring mix is dumped into the middle of the syrupy slab. Then the entire batch is fed into a candy cane folding machine, only one of 400,000 in the world. The white residue left on the candy is baby powder, which is needed to keep the machine parts dry and operable. The machine's folding hands press and distribute this powder into the concoction evenly, so customers won't taste it. Due to its constantly moving components, employees need to be careful when removing the candy mix from the machine. Except for Bob here, who just doesn't care anymore. Next, automated pullers stretch the mixture until it turns white. The manufacturer can't explain why this happens, but it makes the candy canes taste better. The candy is heated and rolled into a fat log, similar to one you'd find in my toilet. Next, they roll gelatin made from boiled animal tissue and cartilage. A worker stretches and folds it to unlock the proteins inside. Then, the gelatin is folded over top the candy by the Super Mario Brothers. This 100-pound block of candy is enough to make 10 candy canes. The candy is rolled thinner and thinner as a torch passes over it to prevent it from spoiling. The candy, sensing it's in danger, moves through the slimming wheels in a wave-like fashion to ward off predators. The candy rope moves through two angled belts to twist it, and a group of mechanical caterpillars, the candy cane's natural predator, tear the candy into individual strips. A roll of cellophane unwinds, wrapping the candy sticks upwards of 353 times. This machine, called a crooker, bends the candy to give it its iconic shape, making it infinitely more awkward and frustrating to eat than a regular peppermint stick. And finally, a robot clumsily places the candy canes into boxes for shipping. Please don't make fun of him. It's his first day, and he's trying his very best. Millions of pizzas travel daily from the frozen food section of the supermarket to the dinner table. Thick or thin crust, meat or vegetarian, their convenience makes them a staple in the freezer. But how do they end up tasting so fresh when they start out so frozen? Cheese, sausage, sausage with carrots, and deluxe. All varieties of pizzas require a maze of machines. To make the dough for the crust, they combine flour, salt, cornmeal, water, yeast, and flour in a large mixer. Then they add a bit of cornmeal for flavor. A mixer turns the ingredients for about 4 minutes. This powerful machine needs almost 30 horsepower to knead the dough. The dough rises into a plump dough anus until it's fed into a chunking machine, which divides the blob into smaller pieces. The chunks travel to a sheeting machine which rolls them into 2.5 centimeter thick sheets. A light dusting of flour makes the dough 2.507 centimeters thick, so the company can eventually save costs when selling in bulk. A flour brush tickles the dough to get it to drop its defenses as it's eviscerated by stainless steel rotating spikes. The holes will make the pizza dough faster through production. A large plastic roller cuts the dough into circular pizza crust shapes. Fun fact, this roller is never ever washed, and our cameraman had a cold today. A machine called the Divorce-O-Matic separates the dough. The pizza crusts are given a spray tan to make them more appetizing and to try to slow the effects of aging.
We need to locate a bomb.
Some pizzas stick to the ceiling. Science cannot explain this. Next stop is the tomato sauce waterfall. This waterfall is the only one of its kind in the world, except for all the others found in other pizza making factories, and anywhere else that someone decides to build one. In fact, most researchers would call this a kid shitty science fair project more than anything, and would give it a C-.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds before insertion.
Mounds of cheese fluff are ready to be shredded to add mozzarella cheese topping. Factories want you to believe this is called a cheese applicator machine, but we all know it's just a cheese waterfall. Are you surprised? Most pizzas today are built via waterfall. Okay, seriously, I'm reading the script here and they want to call this thing a meat applicator. Read my lips that you can't currently see. Meat waterfall. Call it what it is, and stop lying to these people. The pizza is now ready to be fed to a computer. The combination of citric acids, salts, and complex topping arrangements make them the perfect snack food for processor-based organisms. The pizzas enter a flash freezer called a blast cell, which sounds like the name of a rejected Batman villain. An overwrapping machine applies a layer of plastic to each pizza. Some people choose to remove this flavor plastic before eating, but this is up to the consumer. The sun god is consulted for final judgment on all pizzas. Any he deems unworthy are blown away to pizza hell. And finally, an automated arm pushes each pizza into a box, making you one step closer to your dinner of disappointing greasy cardboard. The soft drink was born at the drugstore soda fountain, where pharmacists would serve up various flavors of carbonated water, initially considering it a medicinal drink. These sodas became so popular that customers wanted to be able to buy them in bottles to take home. That demand spawned the soft drink industry. Every year, almost 195 billion liters of soft drinks are sold in America. That's about 30 liters for every person on Earth. These 2-liter bottles just arrived from the bottle factory after being shipped to the soda factory via the shipping truck factory. The rinsing machine turns the bottles upside down, rinses them with water, and then turns them right side up once the water drains out. That's why this machine is called the rinsing machine, and not the filling machine. Meanwhile, in the mixing room, water alchemists prepare whatever soft drink they'll be bottling in this production run. Each recipe begins with a violet hose spray of filtered water, compounded by a shower of unfiltered water to help cut costs for the factory. Liquid black is added to the water. No one is entirely sure what liquid black is or where it comes from, but it consistently makes the tastiest sodas known to man. More water is added to the liquid black as needed. Water and liquid black are the only 2 ingredients in soda. The amount of water used to dilute the liquid black will end up determining the soda's color, flavor, and fizziness. Then, and only then, do the bottles travel to the filling machine to be filled with soda. Remember, the earlier machine was not the filling machine. That was the rinsing machine. The filling machine, seen here, fills the bottles with soda. The rinsing machine only rinses out the bottles beforehand. It does not fill them with soda. Please do not confuse the two.
5 seconds before insertion. Found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Now it's on to the capping machine. In other countries, this machine is also called the hatting machine, the stopper machine, the rinsing machine, or the topping machine. Then it's on to labeling. The machine's rollers apply cold glue to a series of metal plates. Each plate grabs a label and adheres it to the bottle. To hype up the soda for its supermarket debut, the bottles are run through a series of brushes. The brushes simulate them giving a series of high fives to a crowd as they make their entrance, similar to a marathon runner or a pro wrestler. Elsewhere in the factory, an uncasing machine unloads recyclable plastic bottles that have come to the soda factory from the recyclable plastic bottle factory. They travel a conveyor belt to patiently wait in line to be moved to the bottle washing machine. Bottle security is constantly monitoring this line for any bottles that try to cut ahead or get a wash without paying. After being washed, they move to bottle customs, where bottle security uses a full bottle scanner to examine for any problem bottles. Problem bottles are removed from the line and are taken away for 2 to 10 hours of interrogation. Now the bottles move to the same filling machine from earlier, which has been modified to fill the smaller bottles with orange soda, and is not the rinsing machine. I want to reiterate, that machine earlier in the video was not the filling machine. It was the rinsing machine. This is the filling machine. Please stop sending emails to fillingmachine or rinsingmachine@gmail.com asking whether a machine you saw is a filling machine or a rinsing machine. Thank you. Meanwhile, at a local middle school science fair, Dustin Stoker is trying to show everyone his amazing soda syrup experiment, which he claims is an incredible study of chemical reactions and compounds, but everyone knows is just a fancier version of the baking soda volcano. Fuck you, Dustin. No one's buying it. The capping machine makes a return as it puts a metal cap on each bottle. And finally, the mass production of Kiri soda is ready, just in time for everyone to ask, what the hell is Kiri soda? Look guys, it's not our fault that Coke and Pepsi are giant cowards who don't want anyone to know their production secrets. But hey, Kiri soda is bottled in Uganda, where they don't even remotely give a shit. So the next time you're looking for a tasty soft drink in the middle of Africa, consider Kiri Cola, the only soda company with the balls to show you how it's made.
The time limit has been reached. We need to locate a bomb. Ten seconds to go. Your drone has found a bomb. 5 seconds to insertion. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it. Op 4 last operator standing. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful. protect the bombs. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for assault. 10 seconds to insertion. Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb.
Planting the toxins.
They're both upstairs office.
1 friendly operator remaining. One Op 4 remaining. Fifteen seconds left. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds left. The time limit has been reached. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Can you shoot out 2 ping? Just like all that way.
Place device. Initiating jammer.
10 seconds.
And then just make it rotate.
Down to 5 seconds. Bomb locations are secure.
Reload.
Op 4 has located a bomb. You know what to do.
Can you please shoot out up there? Please, I really need that for C4.
Activate jammer.
Flopping mag! Loading new mag! Reloading! Loading mag!
One friendly remaining. Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated. Secure the bombs.
Jammer ready to activate. I will watch over us. Magnets ready.
Wall reinforced!
Initiating jammer. Loading new mag.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds.
Magnet active.
Bomb locations are secure.
Alarm active! Initiating jammer! Wall fortified!
Op 4 has located a bomb. You know what to do.
Throwing magnet. Defense is up.
friendly, last operator standing. Op 4 has placed a diffuser near a bomb. Destroy it.
You're gonna have to go to site, buddy. They're all on site.
All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure. use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to go. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Cluster charge going up. Come out, wherever you are. Reload! Breach is hot!
15 seconds left. 10 seconds. 5 seconds remaining. Op 4 last operator standing. Time expired. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. advised your drone has located a bomb. 10 seconds before insertion. 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it. Op 4 last stop standing. Diffuser is active, protected at all costs. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful. We need to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Insertion in 10 seconds. Insertion in 5 seconds. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it. Friendly, last operator standing. Seconds. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds. You're out of time. Protect the bombs.
Wall fortified!
Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly.
Wall reinforced!
Bro. Bro. Bro.
10 seconds remaining.
Bro. Are you genuinely? Try not to
5
shoot my
seconds
drone next
left.
time.
The drone dead on. His drone has hacked it.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Using shield. Surya is armed. Deploying rocket powered up. Wall secure!
Targets detected!
Setting up.
Hostile found! Second floor!
Secure the bombs.
Laser gate in position.
Doorway trapped. Stay clear of blast zone. Device primed. Keep an eye on door. EDD mounted. Don't stand close. Device deployed.
Laser gate in position.
10 seconds. Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb. 5 seconds and counting. Op 4 has located a bomb.
Wall fortified.
One friendly operator remaining. Op 4 has placed a diffuser near a bomb. Destroy it. Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized.
Yo, why the fuck we only got 4 players? What's going on?
I don't know.
Secure the bombs.
Let's go ahead and cancel that match, please. Please press F5 to cancel.
Op 4 located
This is
a bomb. Protect
4v5.
it.
For Pete's sake.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Brother, please press F5.
Protect the bombs.
Wall secured! Activating camera. Watch this! New feed up.
Op 4 has located the bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds and counting.
Reinforcements!
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Deploying sensor. Scanning. Sensor deployed.
One friendly operator remaining. Mission critical. Bomb diffuser activated. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure. Secure the bombs.
Camera feed up and running.
Op 4 located a bomb. Protect it.
Home improvement plan.
10 seconds remaining.
Raise up your mouth.
Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Camera activated. Razor bloom. Loading new mag. Wall reinforced. Barrier active. T-bus set. Zero hold. T-bus set. T-bus barrier up. We're protected.
Op 4, last operator standing.
If diffuser's on first floor.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
You want to ping where I can put up my mirror? Because I'd like to put it on. Alright, cool.
Secure the bombs. Op 4 has located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly. 10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds.
Is it cool if I put one
Op
right
4
here
has
too?
located a bomb.
On 2?
Swapping max.
Alright, that's cool. I'll test it out. Fortunately, I don't think we have a guy that's been playing this whole time.
Reloading!
One behind ambulance. One behind ambulance. Oh my god. Yeah.
One friendly operator remaining.
Yeah, dude. I don't know why he must be throwing.
Op 4 has placed a diffuser near a bomb. Destroy it. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure. We need to locate a bomb. 10 seconds. Insertion in 5 seconds. A bomb must be located and defused. You have located a bomb.
Breaching sequence activated.
One's on 2 ping, right by the front door.
One Op 4 remaining.
No way. Fucking A. Last one's right in front of you. That was just a cap can trap I died from.
15 seconds remaining.
Plant. You gotta
10
plant.
seconds.
You gotta plant.
5 seconds.
That's
You're
crazy.
out of time.
I mean, he's not playing.
You need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
Probably in basement now.
Your drone has found a bomb. 10 seconds. Insertion in 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
To get the hatches.
Loading new mag.
Yeah, I got you.
Activating Selma sequence.
See you on the other side.
Op 4, last operator standing. You must recover the diffuser. Friendly, last operator standing. All friendlies have been eliminated.
Go team.
Unfortunately, I hate to break it to you, but it's GG's, boys. This dude on our team is throwing.
We have a 50% chance of winning, so it's fine. We just need to lock in.
Can you report rape W so ass for griefing because he was just on my team last game and just stood there the whole time, didn't even play. He's probably gonna do it this time too.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Ten seconds.
Oh, I did it. Where are they second for?
5 seconds before insertion. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it. The diffuser is no longer in your
Where
possession.
my AI teammates at? Like, hello? You guys are freaking.
That's not a very good way to start off this teammate match.
The diffuser is now secured. You have dropped the diffuser.
Better report Flores. Slide, did you play on control? You play on control?
Yeah. Yeah. More comfortable with it.
Walk in, walk in.
One
Oh
friendly
my
operator
God.
remaining.
And this kid's gonna be AFK. Great.
Seconds remaining. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds.
Report this kid for.
You've run out of time.
Why are we all going construction site? We're going main gate. Go main gate, go main gate.
Construction
drone to
site's my
locate a
spot to
bomb.
go with sledge. That's how I get in. They're probably going basement now.
Now they can go second floor again. Maybe. Yeah, they're second floor. Knew it.
CCTV.
10 seconds. 5 seconds to go.
Watch out for captains.
You must locate and defuse a bomb.
Cover me. Reloading.
You must recover the diffuser.
I thought he shot my gun. Like, bro, like, where are you guys at? Lord have mercy, you guys suck, bro.
Bro, it's right off the rip. Relax, dude. What the fuck is your problem?
To real.
You guys are the whole freaking other night.
Bro, relax, dude. You sound like an idiot. You really do, dude. Not our fault that you fucking died off the fucking rip.
I'm gonna go get the pizza.
Yep.
You have located a bomb. The diffuser has been recovered.
He's in that window, the top right. Top right, over there. They're right there. Hang that for him, thank you.
Reloading!
Friendly, last operator standing.
Stairs.
One op 4 remaining.
Nice. Don't know where the last one is.
We have been eliminated.
Nice try.
Dang, he peeked that when I was down there.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
Yeah, they got a Capkin traps everywhere.
Thorn and Ella.
Insertion in 10 seconds.
Bro. Yang reports to briefing, bro.
5 seconds to go. Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb.
That was rape kid, at least he like moving around, but like not really doing anything.
That's what he does. He tries to keep himself so he doesn't get kicked.
Yeah. Duke is roaming, bro. Like, oh my god.
Oh my god, upstairs? Coming down the main stairs.
Seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. The diffuser is no longer in your possession. 5 seconds. Time limit reached. Protect the bombs. Seconds. 5 seconds left. Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
construction.
Op 4, last operator standing. Friendly, last operator standing. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful. Protect the bombs. Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly. Ten seconds to insert. 5 seconds left. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Surias in place!
Claw is on! Wall reinforced! C4 deployed!
Doing construction.
Op 4, last operator standing. Friendly victorious. Hostiles eliminated. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Reinforce the wall.
I'm gonna set up dirt.
Wall fortified.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds. Keep an eye out for Op 4 attempting to defuse your bombs.
Set device.
Lethicate powered up. Surya's powered up. Lethicate is set up.
Get rid of this 1-3 pin. Get rid of it. Get rid of this, Rooney. Rooney, get rid of this. Let's go.
Be advised, Op 4 has located a bomb. One friendly remaining.
Bro! You guys are such AIs, bro. Oh my god.
All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure.
That's why you went 0-6 and I went 9-4. But yeah, keep talking. Your logic is great.
use your drone to locate a bomb. Ten seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. You must locate and defuse a bomb. You have dropped the diffuser.
Place shield on window.
You have located a bomb. Friendly, last operator standing. The diffuser is now secured. We have been eliminated. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
They're not upstairs.
Ten seconds before insertion. 5 seconds to insertion.
They're based.
A bomb must be located and defused.
Target located. Basement.
You located a bomb. The diffuser is no longer in your possession. The diffuser is now secured.
Boogie deployed. Activating Selma sequence.
At dirt hall.
Boogie's shredding!
One op 4 remaining. Diffuser is active, protected at all costs. Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
My bad, my bad.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
No, no, they're.
10 seconds to insertion. Insertion in 5 seconds. A bomb must be located and defused.
Selenite in position! Need a new position.
You have located a bomb.
Clear shield up!
I'm defusing, I'm defusing.
Bomb diffusion initiated. Protect the diffuser. One op 4 remaining. Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful. Secure the bombs.
It's to make you fat. It barely does it.
Swapping mags!
It's like speed. It increases your like
Op 4 has
ADS.
located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly.
Reloading ammo.
10 seconds remaining.
Guns ready. Shoot it if you need it.
5 seconds left. Op 4 has located a bomb.
Dread mine going out.
Reloading.
Not.
Deploying the bait.
Ready.
Mine ready.
C4 deployed.
Op 4, last stop standing.
In grab. You drop. Charge you.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Dread mine out.
Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
Rotate this corner.
10 seconds.
Airborne mine out.
5 seconds left.
Reload.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Claw is on.
Changing mags.
Reloading ammo. Throwing a mine.
Op 4, last stop standing. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised. Down to 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Op 4 has located the bomb.
You all my life, that's my bad.
1 Op 4 remaining. 1 friendly remaining.
He's in B-sides, no.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Securing the wall!
Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly. Seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb.
Let's see, Banish is one. They're in my garage.
Friendly, last operator standing. Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated. Protect the bombs. Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb.
Activated device.
10 seconds.
Device placed.
5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb. One friendly operator remaining. Bomb diffuser in place. Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized. We need to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it. The diffuser is no longer in your possession. Down to one friendly. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it. You must recover the diffuser. The diffuser has been recovered. diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Incoming.
One friendly operator remaining.
Zombies won. It's a zombie, you got it.
Op 4 last operator standing.
She's gonna be to the left.
The diffuser has been secured.
Like when you hop in that window.
Op 4 eliminated all friendlies. Secure the bombs. Op 4 located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion. Bomb located by Op 4.
Ready. Initiate jammer. Loaded new mag.
Reinforce the wall! Now you see.
Reloading. Deploying sensor. Sensor deployed.
One Op 4 remaining. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful. Protect the bombs. Op 4 has located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly.
Needle set.
Barricade up! Setting needle!
10 seconds. 5 seconds and counting.
Reload!
Bomb located by Op 4.
Wall reinforced!
Last operator standing. Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized. Secure the bombs. Op 4 located a bomb. Protect it.
Planting toxins.
Remaining. 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Swapping back!
Setting barricade!
Op 4 has placed a diffuser near a bomb. Destroy it. One friendly remaining.
I just did bad game. Just fucking did bad, bro.
Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized. We need to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. 10 seconds before insertion. Insertion in 5 seconds. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it. You must recover the diffuser. The diffuser has been secured.
Let's proceed slowly.
Drone's ready.
Op 4 last operator standing. Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful. We need to locate a bomb. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb. You located a bomb. recover the diffuser.
Like, bro.
Down to one friendly. All friendlies have been eliminated. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds before insertion. Insertion in 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Lights on.
Down to one friendly. You must recover the diffuser. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies. Secure the bombs.
Doorway trap.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for assault.
Doorway trap. Stay clear of blast zone.
Specchio sensor on!
I did not mean to do that. I was reading your name.
Doorway trap. Stay clear of blast zone. Ambush set. Stay clear.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left.
Sensor on.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
On door. EDD mounted. Let them come. Toxin set.
Secure active. Looking for intel.
Hey, if you're looking at 5 ping, you could probably shoot him through that wall.
1 Op 4 remaining. 1 friendly remaining. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
That was my boy's first ace.
Protect the bombs. Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly.
Device primed. Keep an eye on door.
Cam in position.
Device primed. Keep an eye on door. EDD
Roll 45!
10 seconds.
Electro sensor active.
Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Camera activated. Feed up and running.
One friendly operator remaining. Op 4 has deployed a diffuser. You need to destroy it. Diffuser located. Protect the bombs and disable the diffuser. Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Placing my evil eye.
10 seconds.
Partida active.
5 seconds left.
Razor wire up.
Grenade.
Protect your bombs from being defused by Op 4.
Evil eyes ready.
Op 4 located a bomb. Protect it.
Let's see what I can find. Scan their devices.
Electrosensor active.
Op 4, last operator standing.
Reloading on ammo.
Time expires in 10 seconds. 5 seconds remaining. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Hey, Jamal, Southern Yeti says he's got this. Tone it down with me, alright?
We need to locate a bomb.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
one
you
of
get
them
it.
Hellcat
Get it.
people. Get your boat out of here!
I bet you like basketball too, don't you?
Drone has located a bomb.
Even the five
You didn't have to
slows
type in
beat
chat.
you.
I can understand you.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Another meg!
What do you got to say about that?
I'm reloading!
Southern Yeti just killed our best player. Yeah, good job, Rape. You keep it up right there. We don't even need you. What song is that called, Jamal?
One op 4 remaining.
Good job,
Op 4
Jamal.
eliminated. Friendly mission successful. We need to locate a bomb.
Jamal, what planet are you from? Hell yeah.
Space Jam.
So, like, do you know Superman? Are you and him good friends?
Be advised your drone has located a bomb. 10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to go. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it. You have dropped the diffuser. Seconds. Down to one friendly.
Go
10
get him.
seconds left.
You got this. Jamal, give him some words
5
of
seconds
encouragement.
remaining. Time expired.
Damn near make me cry.
You're starting to make me like Hell Cappy.
Jamal, can you say I love you, Daddy?
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to go. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it. One Op 4 remaining. Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
Thank you, Jamal.
I'm gonna miss you, Jamal. I love you. Goodbye.
You made me like Hellcat people.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for assault.
Doorway trapped. Stay clear of blast. Hostiles in position. Activate jammer. Prime. Stand clear. Ambush.
Down to 10 seconds. Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Jammer deployed. It'll sting a lot. Jammer initiated. Device primed. Keep an eye on.
Drone on popping, the dude's popping, and running in. It's just...
Reloading.
There's a drone right there, Legion. On your feet, there is a drone.
I know!
Friendly, last operator standing. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
And clear. Doorway trapped. Stay clear of blast zone. EDD mounted. Let them come. Device primed. Keep an eye on door. Ambush set. Stay clear. Setting needle candy.
Down to 10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Toxins in position.
The bomb diffuser has been successfully deployed.
This will show them how.
Op 4, last operator standing.
Eagles out!
Located the diffuser. Destroy it. The diffuser has been destroyed. Mission successful. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for assault.
We're all set. Banshee deployed.
Grenade. 10 seconds left. Down to 5 seconds. Bomb located by Op 4.
I've set the Banshee. Reloading.
Smart. Gotta reload.
One Op 4 remaining.
Banshee deterrent has been deployed.
He just came in the double wall door.
Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. 10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Hit on target!
Reloading.
He ran. No, like
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
What's active?
Friendly, last operator standing.
Just report him and move on.
All friendlies have been eliminated. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. Seconds before insertion. 5 seconds before insertion. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it. The diffuser is no longer in your possession. The diffuser has been recovered.
C4. He's like on. He's like pushing. Peeking. He's peeking. Ran to the other window. Nomad. Other window.
Money, shut the fuck up. We're literally in this Discord talking about how loud you are. Fuck.
Bro, I don't give a damn, bro. Legion sold first round because he wouldn't fucking listen to me. Like, damn.
Shut the fuck up, you fat
Fucking
cunt.
bitch. fucking better than you.
Touch grass, you fat bastard.
One op 4 remaining.
You gonna come in here and plant? You're just gonna keep yelling.
Nah, I'm not actually.
Alright,
Op
good. We don't
4
need your ass
eliminated.
anyways.
Friendly mission successful.
I mean, I did kind of get kills that round, so.
My boy is useless as rape over here.
Yeah, maybe if King would have listened, we would already been like, we already
Maybe if you
won.
shut the fuck up.
It'd have been 4-1 by
Your
the way.
favorite rapper's a king rapper.
Hey, 4-1.
No touch grass.
4-1.
No one can.
No, you literally let.
We can't get kills because your ass is talking so loud. Shut the fuck up so we can listen.
Andy's stuttering.
Literally.
Stutter.
Argument invalid.
Stutter.
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 Learn to talk. Go back to kindergarten.
Hey, I let his bitch ass speak.
Stutter.
What are you talking about?
You.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb.
We need immediate medical assistance here. He's been badly wounded. Over.
10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Watch for the blast! Setting hot breach! Device ready!
Op 4 last stop standing.
Last one's bottom garage. Yo, it's free.
Op 4 eliminated.
Suck my
Friendly
fucking
mission
dick.
successful.
Better Katie than all you
Stutter.
bitch ass.
Stutter.
How am I stuttering?
Stutter.
Nah, you stuttered
Stutter.
before. Once you stutter, you always
Hey,
stutter.
102
Stutter.
Reaver,
Stutter.
fucking
Stutter.
boys.
Stutter.
I can hear you. You're stuttering too much.
Hey, Wolf. Too much. Hey, Wolf, you're stuttering too much. I'm saying you're stuttering too much. I don't understand who you're talking to.
Stutter.
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 Touch grass.
Fuck out of here.
Fuck out of here.
Stutter.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Reinforcing wall!
EDD primed.
Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly. Down to 10 seconds. Down to 5 seconds. Bomb located by Op 4.
EDD mounted. Don't stand close. Come on, men.
Wall reinforced. Doorway trapped. Stay clear of blast zone.
Ambush set. Stay. Reloading.
Seconds. 10 seconds to go. Op 4, last stop standing. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated. Secure the bombs.
Ambush set. Stay clear.
advised, Op 4 has found a bomb.
Doorway trapped. Stay clear of blast zone.
Down to 10 seconds.
Device
5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb.
For a surprise. Tiller is active. Sie haben besetzt. Floor is on.
Op 4, last stop standing.
C4 ready.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful. Protect the bombs. Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly.
Fortified!
10 seconds left.
EDD deployed. Stand clear.
5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Doorway trapped. Stay clear of blast zone. Shield deployed. Ambush set. Stay clear.
All friendlies have been neutralized. We need to locate a bomb. Ten seconds. Drone has located a bomb. 5 seconds before insertion. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Gotta reload.
Throwing Selma.
One op 4 remaining.
Poor ping, he's
Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful. We need to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds before insertion. 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it. You have dropped the diffuser. The diffuser has been secured. You must recover the diffuser. The diffuser has been recovered.
Let's proceed slowly.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession. Down to one friendly. Last operator standing. Op 4 eliminated.
Nice.
secure the bombs.